Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Whew, I'm excited to see where this is going. Yesterday when we left off, we finally entered the mines after a long and arduous journey through the riverbed near Silver Glen, where we fought a horde of goblins that were patrolling the area and had a lot of scouts about to ward off potential attackers to the mine, I'd assume at least. We also took out an entire camp of initially sleeping goblins and blew a couple of them up that were asking themselves the question, is it advisable to stand next to barrels full of oil? Oh well, it was to their detriment. And then we entered the mines, and the mines are a pretty dark and mysterious place so far. First of all, it confirmed a couple of our suspicions, namely that obviously the goblins seem to have been hired by the Immaculates or by Leandra, though it is quite interesting to see how the Immaculates and Leandra's order, faith, whatever thing she established, seems to be built up in a way that where not everybody obviously knows what it's even about, right? And clearly there are some people who know what Leandra's up to and knows why she's doing stuff, but a lot of others also don't. Which meant that we found a couple of dead Immaculates in the mines as well. Now, their goal, for whatever reason that I wasn't able to deduce so far, they're mining tenebrium there. And in order to make it easier to mine that, because it rots living beings, they employed the help of necromancers that brought back skeletons, or, well, some of the miners were brought back as skeletons, and they were controlled by a bone pile that I destroyed at the end of yesterday's stream, and they had to just mine tenebrium. And because they're undead, obviously they can't die again, so tenebrium can't really apparently do that much against them. Though I don't know, I mean, it's never been brought up whether or not they still suffer from mining it. Yeah, and then we also found the goblin leader, Drexis. Not the tribe leader, but the, I guess, leader of the division that was responsible for taking over the mines. We found them imprisoned and subsequently dealt with them to free an imp that was also imprisoned and sent them to the end of time, to Zigzags. Interestingly enough, a bunch of Immaculates, or all the remaining Immaculates that I saw that were still alive, seem to have been in hiding, because there are Death Knights about that are walking through the mines to maybe protect it. It's not really been made clear so far if they're protecting the mines, or if they are just, if they have some sort of other purpose and just still happened to be in the mines because that's where they were built or brought to life. That remains to be seen. They look pretty scary though, mainly because they are invincible. And they also shake the ground when they're walking for some reason. I mean, they're quite big dudes, but still not big enough to shake the ground, so clearly there's some sort of magic going on there. Will be interesting to deal with them. I think I will first try to look for something that might, you know, some sort of protective spell or anything that might get rid of their invincibility, because I don't really like the idea of just sneaking past them. But, well, we now freed the miners as well, or at least some of them. So we'll see if somebody even reacts to that. I mean, we killed a bunch of Immaculates as well. It's going to be interesting to see what actually happens in the mines. I do expect us to find out more about Leandra's plans at the end, and because, well, we will most likely find the source of the Death Knights, or at least hopefully understand why they exist and how they exist. And potentially why seemingly most of the Immaculates didn't even know about them and are scared of them as well. But yeah, let's get back into it and figure out what all of this is about, shall we? Let's load here. Load. Lukula Mines, 110 hours playtime. Nice. I think I saved right next to the bone pile. Yeah. This is where the bone pile was. And the thing is, so I went this way. This is where that prison was. And there was a Death Knight that was sort of patrolling around here. Which you might potentially be able to sneak past, but I mean, seeing the layout of the mines, I wanted to see whether or not it might be possible to walk this way up here and potentially find something here. I'm not entirely convinced that the Death Knights are just invincible and that it's completely impossible to get rid of them. I mean, surely at the end of the day, there will be a way to get rid of them. Question just is there a way to disable their invincibility and then, you know, just engage them in combat normally? Or is there some sort of special ritual summoning thing going on that if we interrupt it or destroy some other sort of totem or something, that the Death Knights will just cease to exist? That remains to be seen, but yeah. Let's take a look at the rest of the mine. Oh yeah, one other interesting factor is that Medora met a couple of people that knew her, you know, that stemmed from Hunter's Edge. Or rather one person that we saw where we entered the mine that was pretty much scared to death, it seemed like. Oh, right, there was another cave in here. Is this Tenebrium vein? I wonder, if I mine this, it will probably rot me, right? So let's maybe not do that. I do wonder, though. I have a feeling, since Tenebrium is a skill that you can get, right? But so far, I've not seen any vendor or anything selling Tenebrium skills. I wonder if at some point we will find a way to utilize Tenebrium. And therefore also potentially not rotting when we pick it up. I mean, we can always go back to the mines whenever I need, you know, iron or something. This looks weird, doesn't it? Oh, that's a bunch of plates. Holy shit. Why is there so much... Why are there so many exploding barrels here? Seemingly no Death Knight around, though. Oh, maybe I should get rid of this as well? Just to make sure. Never know whether or not there's something beneath it. There are all these dead skeletons here. This looks rather suspicious, doesn't it? As if the necromancers that were controlling these particular skeletons have been killed? Oh, well, I mean, it looks like there was some sort of cave-in, right? That's why this barrier existed, so maybe... that could be it. I didn't even really... I don't know. I didn't really grasp the meaning of that, I guess, but when they brought the Death Knights to life, I suppose their tremors, right, their walks, made the mine shake and caused a couple of cave-ins. And that might actually be the main reason for why so many Immaculates lie dead on the ground. I think... Oh, for fuck's sake. I always think that, you know, I'm catching on fire or something. But yeah, that might be the reason for why so many Immaculates seem to be dead. It's probably because they were caught by the cave-in and not able to walk or escape, you know, fast enough. So we pick up the bread, pick up the... Where's the apple? Apple? There we go. Anything else? A couple mushrooms over there. It's just always suspicious when there's these oil barrels around, because you always expect that you're maybe running into a trap or something else will make them explode, right? But that does not seem to be the case here. Wait, let me just double check. No. I thought that maybe I ran by some other mushrooms or something. Okay, what do we have back here? Oh, there's 2 Death Knights. What the fuck? Huh. But they are invincible. I guess initially we will have to sneak past them. Oh boy. There is a lot of tenebrium here, though. Okay, well, that's then gonna be more complicated than I thought. So there are 2 here. Oh god, that means that one of them... I don't know whether or not that's the same one. I mean, there's like a loop here, so maybe that's where we're supposed to go. Problem is, I'm really not good at sneaking. Mainly because I haven't really utilized it at all so far during the playthrough. I've effectively used it once, when I had to deal with that, with Arhu's stolen Excitatron 3000 or something like that. And he gave us a remote control that I could utilize while sneaking. Let's see if we can figure out where they walk. I think he's going to see us from there? No. Okay, they seem to be doing a loop here, though, right? I mean, it seems like their radius is fairly big. I wonder where this leads, though. I mean, there seems to be some sort of other Immaculate camp here, but... Oh no, never mind. That's the one I already dealt with. I don't know if this small side path even would lead to anything special. Well, the problem is they're gonna see us, right? So I have to sneak by them fairly quickly. Let me double check here. The one thing that I still don't really get about sneaking, right? First of all, I'm really bad at it. Your daughter has a 1 in sneaking. So what if I select her and then sneak? Oh, right. We have to sneak with everybody, right? In order for everybody to follow us. But the thing is, if I now select Bedotta, right? Because she has a higher sneaking skill, the The vision cones are smaller. But in theory, that wouldn't count for all the other characters, right? Oh god, their vision cones are freaking huge. Yeah, in theory, that doesn't really count for all the other characters, so I definitely need to save. The fuck was that? Well, how are you supposed to get past them if they're running like that? Isn't the other one going to come back right away? Or maybe not. I guess they do walk further than I thought. This is kind of... It is kind of fun if you haven't really snuck around that much. Well, granted, I think the problem is with this, right? That very rarely do they actually place enemies. Like, these are placed and walk. Specifically, like enemies that you are supposed to sneak past, right? But usually that's not really the case. I feel like most enemies aren't really designed that way, so... Okay. Well, at least I made it here. Bunch of more dead people. What the hell is going on? Silver vein? I mean, I can definitely come back here whenever I...
Chased here by one of those monstrosities, it seems.
With nowhere to run, there's naught more one could do than wait for the end.
Excellent Tenebrium two-handed hammer. Fine Tenebrium spear. They have Tenebrium weapons. Can I just pick those up, or is that gonna rot me again? Oh, that was a corpse. Tenebrium. Apparently you can use the weapons. Bone totems. Crack it open and inhale the musk of its pages. I mean, the bone totems we already dealt with. A bone idol must be constructed with utmost care, using a piece of bone from each of the dead intended to be bound by it. Placed in a central location, the bone idol's influence will reach to any relevant corpses within its radius. As long as the idol is in place, any skilled necromancer may control the corpses in question. Great care must be taken to protect the idol, lest some damage may come to it and all control of the corpses be lost forever. Yeah, we kind of saw that happen. Constructed in the left hall of the mines, the bone idol's reach will be sufficient to affect all miners. Adventurous Field Guide. Some shield stuff, huh? Homemade shield, cool. I always find the recipes that I don't need. Metal helmet. Cool. Finicky to... Let's get this first. So they were chased in here. It's so interesting to me, though. Oh, sorry. Okay, so, the weird part about this, right? Why doesn't it... I'm hovering over the helmet, but it doesn't let me pick it up. For some reason it always selects the corpse. There we go. What I found strange about it yesterday, and still find strange, is that, I mean, these guys literally had a guide on how to construct these bone totems, right? And they needed the totem to have the miners be controlled and mine tenebrium. And I assume, at least for now, it seems that mainly the tenebrium seems to be used for either constructing weapons, which makes this whole even stranger, or constructing these Death Knights, right? But if the Death Knights kill the necromancers that are responsible for keeping the totems up and, you know, or constructing them in the first place, then over time, won't you lose the possibility to mine more tenebrium? I mean, it might be that Leandra already accomplished whatever she tried to do here and just left behind the Death Knights to protect whatever thing she came up with, right? And so she doesn't really care what happened to all the other people. I mean, that might be it. But they still left behind, like, tenebrium weapons and whatnot. So something about this just feels so strange, right? Almost as if either something went wrong or... I mean, we've definitely seen, you know, Leandra not really caring about much when it comes to whatever goal she's after. But still, this just seems... Because it's so pointless, right? Because the difference between just keeping this up and running and passively either making money with selling tenebrium off or utilizing it for something else, I don't know. It just seems like a no-brainer. I mean, why wouldn't you just, you know, keep this up and running if there's no reason to really... I don't know. I don't get it. Where did it put the tenebrium weapons? Am I missing something here? Didn't I pick them up with my main? Oh. That's why they didn't rot me. Oh. Because they automatically... That's so cool. So now that we got this bloodstone cage, I can just pick up tenebrium stuff without being rotted? Well, oopsie. Good that I had this, and good that it automatically gets put in there. Tenebrium damage. So if you attack with tenebrium damage, do you automatically rot whoever you're attacking? Because if so, that's kind of crazy. I mean, it's not that much damage if it's only one damage take per turn or something, but excellent tenebrium two-handed hammer. The interesting thing is, right, Berdotta has tenebrium level 1. I mean, she wouldn't be able to use this anyway because she doesn't have the strength, but if this would have been a bow, would you be able to use it without being rotted? Is that how you get around the thing? This is level 16. What the fuck? +2 due to level W. Yeah, this is, I mean, very high level, so... Doesn't really have any other abilities other than that it deals tenebrium damage. Even the fraying strips of Renivian leather bound around the handle of this hammer cannot protect you from rot. That is, unless you are skilled in tenebrium use. Okay, yeah, so... Well, at least now I know what that even does. So if you are skilled in tenebrium in the appropriate level, then it allows you to wield tenebrium weapons at all. Okay, cool. I wonder if, still if there are certain skills that are attached to the use of these. Fine tenebrium spear. I guess that means that some of these necromancers were even skilled in using tenebrium, which makes sense to a degree that they would be, considering that their responsibility was to watch over a Tenebrium mine, but it makes it even stranger, right? If wouldn't they be, well, even if they're not necessarily capable of handling the Death Knights, wouldn't they still have at least had like a notion that the Death Knights were coming, or how to get around them, or something like that? Tipped with a gleaming spike of Tenebrium, this spear will pierce your enemies a lot deeper than your witty arguments will. Yeah, I really wonder what... Okay, so I guess very few enemies have any sort of resistance against Tenebrium, right? Meaning that no matter what kind of resistances they have, these weapons will always at least deal their Tenebrium damage, right? Which is pretty cool. Yeah, this is... But why just leave them here? Why chase away these guys and just let them die? I really don't understand. Okay, so this is a loop. At this point in time, I think... I don't know what's back here or how to access that. Interesting that the teleporter is here. This doesn't look like we'd be able to cross. So this is where we need to go, and then we can... I mean, I assume that this is somehow going to lead over here then? Possibly? Oh, this is the edge of the map, okay. Bit weird that you can see that, but alright. Might be that this is the only patrol for now. I mean, this is the only sort of place... Well, might be another one back here or something. Guess I want to go to the teleporter. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to, you know, solve whatever puzzle or thing is keeping these Death Knights alive, or rather keeping them invincible. And then I'm just going to come back to those respective areas once I've dealt with them, or dealt with whatever makes them invincible. I wonder if they would be able to be hit by Tenebrium weapons, but... See, that's the thing, right? It would be, like... Imagine if I did have some sort of skill in Tenebrium already, and I would be able to wield the weapons and get rid of them that way. Wait, let me... My daughter, I think, has the highest... Salmon. Invulnerable. I mean, otherwise their stats... Well, their damage is pretty good, it seems. They have pretty high armor. But they're not the, you know, craziest enemy ever. That being said, I guess they would also cause rot if I fight them, huh? Okay, so I think the idea is one of them walks around this loop, I think, and the other one sort of walks back and forth between these places. So I probably want to follow the guy that does the loop, which is, I think, that one, while the other one's away. Oh, I probably should have quick saved after sneaking. You know, it's not even that I dislike sneaking or anything, but it's just, I feel it's a bit finicky, right? Because sometimes enemies do like weird paths, or they like walk, they have like a quick, I don't know, quick, that they're turning quickly to the right and then back to the left or something, where they can potentially see you. Also, the fact that your other characters, obviously, you know, you always ever only control one. I mean, I guess in theory I could, you know, sneak through with one character on their own. do it like one by one. Ah, for fuck's sake, I knew it. There's a third one. Well, shit. Wait, where the hell... Where do I need to go? Wait a second. I need to go straight forward, right? Why does it look like there's no... I guess I can't see the bridge? Maybe that's a destroyable object? Okay. It might actually be easier to take the other way, but... It's difficult to say. The problem is that there doesn't really seem to be any sort of place where you can hide properly. I guess I'm just gonna try. I wonder if you can run away if they do see me. Okay, which one's this one? That's the one that's going back and forth. And that's the one I want to follow. I also don't know if they have, like, hearing or something. I don't know how far you'd be able to walk behind them before they hear you. I mean, technically I am sneaking, right? This looks so funny. Oh boy. Oh boy, this can't be a good idea. Where the fuck are you going? Okay, he's going back that way. Are you kidding me? There's another one? Well, how are you supposed to get past these guys? What? Well, if there's one... What? I don't get it. Huh? See, that's what I don't really like about sneaking. Is that... Well, now we're surrounded on all sides. Like... Sneaking is way too finicky in terms of movement, right? You're not able to... Because their vision cone is essentially as large as my screen, right? If you put them in the center of your screen, their vision cone goes all the way to the edge. So... You can't really react to it fast enough if you don't have a high sneak skill. Well, I mean, obviously I could try to run past them somehow, right? As long as they don't hit me, I guess. I don't know how that's gonna go. The problem is, how do I get past him? The good thing is I have a lot of movement. I could try to, I don't know, shield myself or something. But how would you get away from them? Wouldn't they follow me through the mines? Like through the entire mines? I don't think that I really would be able to fully get away from them. Unless I'm... Like, I could try blinding them, but I don't know... Well, they're invulnerable, but might still be possible to... cast, like, status effects on them? I mean, I can try. I did save. Man, the thing that I don't really like about this is, well, first of all, I don't see how you're supposed to solve this. I guess this guy, if he turns back around, will probably walk off somewhere else, and that makes it possible to cross the bridge. But then, I don't know, you sort of have to wait for the other guy. This is really, really finicky, considering that, you know, considering that sneaking is in terms of controlling your characters, not necessarily the best thing ever. I guess if I knew where their vision cones were gonna go, you could probably try to hide sort of back here and then just wait for them to run past or something. But yeah. Maybe you have to do this with like one character. Oh. Okay, so one thing, well. Okay, I guess in theory, right? If I had been able to sneak past him with one character, possibly a character that's fairly good at sneaking, and reached the waypoint, I think I would have been allowed to teleport the other characters to the waypoint. But that feels honestly a little bit cheap. But I think that's actually what they want you to do. That's probably why the waypoint's back there, right? It's dumb, though. I mean, if you create a sneaking section, then I think you should also be prompted to actually bring all of your characters past that sneaking section instead of only one and then bringing the others over. I mean, I guess the implication is that we can, quote-unquote, travel through the rift or something. Okay, now I wonder if there's a way to get past them. So, because you can try to sneak again in combat, right? If you're far enough away, maybe there's a way that I can resolve this, but I don't know. It all depends on whether or not I'm even able to put status effects on them. If that's not a thing, then I won't be able to do this. Okay, so the thing is, I could maybe summon in my skeleton and then something else with my main character so that they're occupied with those for the time being. The problem is I also have to move. I don't really have anything that... Well, I could try to slow them down. In theory, their willpower and bodybuilding stats weren't super high, so... Do you think I would be able to charm one of them? Especially if I drain their willpower. That's the thing, right? They're invulnerable. I guess I just have to try. Did it? I don't know if it worked. I don't think it did. Yeah. Oh man, I really don't like the invulnerable status. That's just sort of dumb, isn't it? The fact that you can't do anything to them at all. Like nothing even has an effect on them. Well, now I wish I had just run. Problem is now I'm gonna... Let's just try to run. I don't know if that's a thing that I can do. I don't know if... I mean, I can walk quite far, right? That's the thing. Look at how far I can walk. Fuck. I should have just run. Well, now I... Okay, how much is teleportation? If I walk like 4 points. He probably gets an attack of opportunity though if I walk past him, right? I can't even see most of the bridge. Well, that's not gonna work then. I can become invincible. Invisible. The bridge looks weird. Like, it feels like you should be able to... Oh, it's just the what's it called? The cursor looks really, really strange on the bridge. How much is this? I could summon in this guy and just run away. Maybe that helps. Pretty sure he's gonna get an attack of opportunity though. Maybe not. What? Okay. Well, the problem is Lillian is standing here. I mean, I could taunt. Can I, like... And I can't even knock him down or anything, right? They're just gonna kill Lillian. The fuck? I mean, if I taunt that guy, he's gonna attack Medora, right? Probably won't work, though. It shouldn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't. They can run further than I can. What the hell? Oh, hello. What is this? Are you kidding me? There's another one. Well, yeah. Let's load. Clearly, this isn't how you're meant to do this. That's really disappointing, though. I have to say, I'm not a fan of straight-up invincibility or anything in any game. But yeah, the fact that they're just straight-up invincible and there's nothing that you could do against them, not even slowing them down or anything, is a little bit dumb. I mean, well, I do have a skill like Ice Wall. Well, not really. I think I only have one scroll or anything, or something like that, but... I guess if you somehow were able to... I probably could have... Maybe I should have shot like a cloud arrow or something. Yeah, in theory, if you... I guess if you can be either invisible or... You know, something like that, or can create a bunch of smoke. Then I guess there might be a slight chance that you can run away from them. But even then, their movement is pretty crazy, right? I mean, obviously they're also they were using their entire action points for movement in that particular case, but yeah, I like how he just bonk dead. I mean, I knew that their damage was quite high, but still. It didn't seem to rot her, though, first time he hit her. They do deal the tenebrium damage. Okay, so two possibilities here. Either I try to sneak through with Bedotta. I mean, I don't really have any other option, which I find... doesn't this completely fuck over players who haven't really invested into sneaking skills? I don't like that. I think there should be the... Okay, so I guess that's my main problem with this situation, and it, you know, is indirectly connected to the fact that they're completely invincible. And that's that so far, the game's biggest strength has been that it always felt like you had a billion different options to solve any given situation, right? And depending on the choices you made with characters and who you picked for your party and whatnot, you were always able to, you know, really, like come up with clever solutions and try to get past enemies and whatnot, and just overcome any sort of obstacles. But This just feels like they're trying to sort of shoehorn you into this one specific solution, which is sneaking past them. And yeah, I don't really like that. Unless I somehow overlooked a way to make them not invincible. Well, the thing is, there's just more than I thought, right? Especially with how they built them up. I mean, they are pretty scary enemies, don't get me wrong, but they've built them up as something really, really special, and now there's just 5 of these guys right, you know, at not really the entrance, but I just didn't expect there to be so many. But yeah, I think what they want you to do is probably sneak through with one character and activate the waypoint shrine, because that would allow you to get through. But I mean, if there's more of them back here, then I guess you'd have to sneak through even further. I mean, I've looked at everything here. I'm pretty sure I would have found how to deal with them if that's a thing that's available here. Destroying the totem has freed the skeletal miners from the necromantic spell that was controlling them. We learned the password to unlock the temple door. Wait, what? We did? Oh, yeah. Right, the miners told us that the password was scan something. Whatever the goblin tribe leader was called, that's the password to get into whatever temple they're talking about. Well, I guess maybe with that password we can somehow disable the Death Knights, or at least disable their invincibility. I could also, in theory, go back to Lawrence, right? I don't know what he would do, though. The problem is these Death Knights, I don't think anything or anybody would be able to deal with them, right? So if we were to bring Drexus's head to Lawrence, I feel like that might just, you know, make him potentially take a couple miners and go into the mine and then just die. Well, yeah, in theory, I could try to, you know, follow this quest, but yeah, I don't think that it would help me in any sort of way. I mean, why would Lawrence know anything about how to stop Death Knights? I don't think that's a thing. Something strange. Rogue Dreadlords. Well, that makes it seem like they weren't supposed to be rogue. Yeah, we do still have this weird plan of Arhu's to go to the priest in Silver Glen and try to convince him that we want to join the Immaculates, but how's that going to help us with the Death Knights? Because they seem to have just killed all the Immaculates in here, right? So... And as I said, I'm really not a big fan of the fact that you can't do anything against these Death Knights. I mean, I would be completely fine, right, if they had really, really high resistances or really high willpower and bodybuilding attributes and whatnot. That would be completely fine, but just making them completely invincible and making it completely impossible to put any sort of status effect on them, that's pretty boring, to be honest. Also, the problem is that I guess things that influence the environment would still help. Like, if I were able to create some sort of ice wall, I don't know if that would help against them. Okay, yeah, my main character does have invisibility. It only lasts for 2 turns though, which effectively means about 12 seconds, and there's still a cast time attached to it as well. And then it has a cooldown, so I don't know. I might be able to cheese the guy on the bridge with it, but I think before I try that, I'd much rather try sneaking through with Berdotta. Because at least she has 1 point in sneaking. Okay, so I have the slight feeling that they don't force you 100% into sneaking. Maybe by trying to become one of the Immaculates, they do tell you some sort of secret about these Death Knights. It doesn't really make that much logical sense, because, I mean, if they had access to that, then why are all these... Like, even some of the Immaculates that had Tenebrium weapons themselves died, right? So... I don't think... Again, same thing with Lawrence. It doesn't make logical sense that he would be able to help us, unless I was overlooking some hints that he dropped that maybe he would know that, but yeah, it doesn't really make that much sense. And then we do have, what was his name, Brandon as well, the guy that wanted us to mine Tenebrium for him, which, by the way, if these weapons that I picked up automatically get put into that box that we have, I wonder if when I mine Tenebrium, if that also gets straight put into that box. Probably, right? But the thing is, Brandon just wanted to make money by selling off Tenebrium. He does seem to know that, you know, it's dangerous and how to get around those effects by putting it into that box, but I don't think that he would be able to deal with the Death Knights. I don't see that. And aside from that, I don't really... I just remembered that there's also that troll cave, right? That I wasn't able to access, but the password that I just got with like the goblin hat, that wouldn't be a way to get into the troll cave, right? That doesn't make sense either. I'm pretty sure. I might be overlooking something here. You know, maybe you're not necessarily meant to get past these guys. But then at the same time, I also think that this might have been a touch too late. Clearly, they're set up in a way where you can possibly sneak past them, so... Where's the guy on the bridge? Okay, he turned around. Problem is the other two are gonna come back, right? Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, his vision cone. Well, when he comes... The problem is he's gonna turn around, right? So if I hit back here, for example, he'd probably still see me eventually. This is really strange, though. It seems like there should be maybe a little bit more of a clearer point. Because, well, the other thing that I really don't like is that sometimes the game seems to present some trial and error like sequences to you, right? Like this, we just have to reload instead of actually being able to, you know, just do this. Maybe I can just try to run and sneak again. Don't really know if that's a thing. Maybe I should have summoned in my small tiny bomb so that they're dealing with that. Is he still able to hit me? Yeah. And now I get less points as well. It seems like they're just also starting with a lot of action points. Well, the funny thing is, right, now I've sort of lured them into another place, so... I don't know. I can run quite far, but I don't think that I'd be able to get away from them. And any skill that I use would take away my ability to run very far. I mean, they're just gonna run past, or run after me. But they can... Well, it looks like they're not able to run as far as I can, but the problem is that... Well, now I ran into a dead end. I mean, maybe if you're really, really clever about this, you'd be able to run far enough. Does sneaking sort of require a require action points? I don't know if I can sort of go behind a corner and then just start sneaking again. Ah, not enough action points. Okay, so sneaking does require a certain amount of action points. Because theoretically, that's a thing that you can do, right? I did discover the waypoint now. The funny thing is, my other characters are not in combat, right? So I could follow her outside of combat, and... Or can she utilize the... Oh, fuck. I might be able to just teleport away. That would be funny. I do wonder if the Death Knights will resume their patrol, though. Because if they just keep standing next to the teleporter, then... Ah, well, I mean, they wouldn't be patrolling the bridge anymore, right? Wait, it says 2 AP. I had to... Oh, I wasn't close enough to it, right? Okay, let's try teleporting to the entrance of the mine. Entrance. One of your party members is in combat. You'll have to wait until they're finished to use a waypoint. What? Wait, why? Oh, I guess the 2 AP is... Why is it saying 2 AP for the... I'm not in his vision cone anymore, right? Yeah, now... They don't know where I am anymore, huh? Okay, that's funny. Problem is that doesn't really help. Or does it count as not being in combat anymore? No. Wait, what? Why did the sneaking end? Okay, now I do wonder. Would I be able to... But I guess it would count as being... Fuck, I probably shouldn't have... There might be a way to just enter combat and run away from them in a... Like, maybe doing the sneaking section, quote-unquote, turn-based might be easier. I don't really get why they're not walking away, though. If they can't see me anymore, I guess they know that I'm technically still there, but if they can't see me anymore, then why the hell do they stick around? The problem is he's, like... The way they're standing, I'm definitely not able to sneak back. And I don't think that I have any sort of ability to get past them. Unless maybe... Is there any way that would allow me to... Because I need to somehow get out of combat. The other guys are back here. Can they do anything? Can they... In theory, I would be able to teleport them to this waypoint, right? And they would probably enter combat immediately. So I would have to have some sort of skill. I mean, I can teleport Berdotta, but I don't think she'll like that. And she would also take damage from that, so... I guess I would have to... I could sneak with her, right? Create some sort of diversion. For example, I could try to take Lillian over here, summon in a skeleton, that then enters combat with them, so that they're going to run to the skeleton and make both Berdotta and Lillian sneak, and then just sneak away from them. Sounds like a weird plan, right? But I can still sneak though, so that's definitely a possibility. Should I try that? I mean, Lillian is the one who can summon stuff in, you know, without too many action points. Shouldn't there still be one of them around somewhere, though? Because I'm only in combat with 3 of them, right? Technically, a 4th one should be somewhere. I think. Maybe not. I thought. Okay, the thing is, right, I would have to... How close can I summon in the skeleton? If I summon that in here, does it count as being in combat? Can I move it? Let's just try. Yeah, now they're gonna run back to the skeleton. Problem is they're immediately gonna kill it. If he gets a strike, yeah. Yeah, the problem is now they had a bunch of action points left over. I forgot about that. They're probably gonna kill Lillian now. Okay, that clearly did not work. I mean, it was a good plan, but should have done so earlier. The problem was that because of the 2 rounds where I was just sneaking and they didn't know what to do, they preserved all their action points, right? So they probably had, I don't know, 18 action points or something to move and attack. Okay. This is such a strange thing. But yeah, I also wonder where the other one was. I mean, I triggered 3 of them. One of them is on the bridge. Maybe I misinterpreted that, and the guy back here is actually the one that's running over the bridge. So if I somehow, because he is the one that saw me. So if I go to like here, I don't think he's able to see me. And if he's the guy that walks all the way back here, then that should, in theory, get me a good opportunity to get across the bridge. So let's try that again. Okay, that's the wrong dude, though. I need to wait for him to come back. It's quite funny, though. Well, that's why I felt so disappointed that you're not able to blind them or anything, because I feel like, you know, that would be a really, really cool option. Because funnily enough, you know, trying to deal with them in turn-based combat is much more fun, in my opinion, than, you know, doing the sneaking stuff here. Because it does allow you to, like, if you're able to run away and sneak, the problem that I just had was that they were placed in a way where they would have really easily been able to see me. Hey, who's that guy, though? Where did he come from now? Oh, he walks into that corner? Are you fucking kidding me? Where are you going? What the fuck? Oh, he walks really, really far. Holy shit. They all walk way further than I thought they would.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Oh boy. I knew that there had to be one somewhere then. Alright, at least this worked. So there is a way to do that. Okay, well, to be completely honest, right? That is one of the biggest issues in stealth games in general, is that they always amount to being trial and error. Well, not always, but most of the time. So the biggest issue with stealth games, that doesn't even have to do anything with Divinity, is that stealth games inherently typically try to be very realistic, right? I mean, Hitman, for example, but also Splinter Cell back in the day, right? But the problem is that obviously they don't have real humans in them, right? It's AI. And AI can typically be not only exploited, but most of the time they have some sort of pattern to them, right? Now, I think that, for example, the newer Hitman games, even though I don't like their sort of pricing and release model, they do a really, really good job of sort of incorporating that into a game, because they do make it feel a little bit more like a game, right? They're definitely trying to present a very, very realistic environment and sort of realistic behavior within that environment. But at the same time, they also know that they're a game, right? First of all, obviously, Agent 47 being some sort of, you know, not necessarily a real human or whatever, already sets them up to make the game not super realistic, right? But I think the way they've done it is pretty cool, where because the game from the get-go makes it seem like, okay, you're not necessarily supposed to be doing this only within one try, right? It's very clearly set up as sort of a playground to try out different strategies and try out different ways to achieve your goal, right? Which I think works a lot better compared to games that present themselves as, well, because usually it doesn't feel very rewarding, I think, when you can't do things in one go, right? Because that's not how real life works, right? Real life works, well, in real life you only get one chance, right? And so what I vastly prefer is when games, instead of saying, okay, you do this, like, you have to do it like this, and if you're caught, you're basically fucked and you can start over. I vastly prefer if they give you a lot of options to deal with a lot of different situations. And I think, for example, the Last of Us games did that fairly well, where you can sneak around a bit, but if you're caught, you can still obviously deal with them in more action-oriented combat. But then you can also enter sneaking again if you're far enough away from them. Especially the second game did that fairly well. Now, The Last of Us has fairly simplistic stealth combat in that regard, I would say. It thrives through really, really good animations and sort of environmental details, and your enemy is sort of talking to each other, and there is a lot of extra fluff that makes The Last of Us games feel a lot more immersive maybe than some other stealth games do. But if you break down the actual gameplay options, they are fairly simplistic, right? Which does, I think it works, although I do still think that The Last of Us Part 2 could have innovated a lot more over the first game, considering how long of a time they had between the two. But yeah, the thing that I don't really like about this section here is that you kind of have to do it this way, right? You have to sneak through like this, and you don't really get any other option. Now, again, some of the quests might have another way of doing this. I'm not saying that there aren't any other ways, but this is how it's being presented to you, right? This seems like the obvious choice, and it works, as you can see. But it works in a way that it's very unsatisfactory, right? It would have been really, really cool, and I'm not saying, well, okay, so technically, I think if you're clever, you can solve this in turn-based combat as well. And so you can, if you're caught, you can utilize, smoke clouds and, summoning in creatures, turning invisible, right? There is a bunch of ways in which to solve this. And if you somehow manage to get around a corner and sneak, you might be able to get away from the encounter. But that's also very finicky, because that's dependent on the AI doing funky stuff as well. For example, in my previous attempt, when I was sneaking with Berdotta, I was entering sneak status, and that made the enemies just stand around, which doesn't make any sense, right? Either they should have given up and said, oh, must have been the wind, and turned away and resumed their patrolling, or they would have looked and tried to find me, right? By just randomly walking around or walking into the direction where they last saw me, right? But instead, they just stood around doing nothing. That's not really, that's not really interesting, I guess, at the end of the day. It doesn't necessarily need to be realistic. It doesn't need to be, well, yeah, it just needs to be fun, I guess, at the end of the day, right? Because that's also what this game has thrived within, right? That's the way the turn-based combat is presented, and a lot of other scenarios in this game as well. It's just really, really fun to play, right? And especially for me, it's been a breath of fresh air in seeing what's possible in turn-based games, but also RPGs in general. in terms of combat and making that a lot more exciting than it is in others. Right? In The Witcher 3, for example, combat is more... It exists, but it's just a slight distraction from what is otherwise a really, really good game, right? Whereas this game obviously has combat front and center. And so it's just disappointing thinking about all the really, really cool options you could have had if these guys weren't entirely invincible, but you could actually manipulate them in a couple of ways. That would be really, really cool. They could still be technically invincible, right? In that you can't kill them yet. But it would have been really, really awesome if they would have been able to be blinded, you know, possibly even charmed if you reduce their willpower enough. Just so that you can get past them and then, you know, get out of combat, possibly. That would have been pretty cool. Anyways, I made it to the Waypoint Shrine, so let's save this and try to get the other guys over here. Which they should be able to do. If I... Let's see, waypoints. This, as I said, this feels kind of cheap, by the way, right? I mean, just teleporting the others over here. Not necessarily the way I would have liked to resolve this with. Well, now the question becomes, are there more? Oh, for fuck's sake, my analog stick is doing funky stuff again. Are there more people around? Okay, let me... Sorry if I spin the camera around a little bit. Okay, hopefully that holds for a couple of minutes. Yeah, I still feel like there should be a way to deal with the Death Knights, right? Cheese bread. Lucky find? Painting of a man. Worth a pretty penny. Is this something that you can just, if you're really, really lucky, that you can find? It's not really worth that much. Bunch of pickaxes here. That's funny that it plays a special sound when you're walking around with like 40,000 gold and you find something that's worth 700. I mean, it's literally worth less than a couple of the weapons that these guys have, right? So, don't really get that, but all right. Well, at least we did unlock the waypoint, right? So, it's good. Oh. Wow, okay. So there's an actual castle of sorts here. Okay, that's looking pretty crazy. Huh. Looks like you should be able to... I guess that's why the mirror is here? I wonder what that mirror is connected to. I guess there are... Well, it looks like there are a couple of mirrors, actually. I mean, this is a cave-in that seems to not be able to be dealt with. This looks pretty crazy. So they built some sort of black castle within the mines? Holy shit. Yeah, it might be that you can somehow utilize the mirror to get in there. Wow. Did not expect that to be a thing. Well, if the Death Knights out here are already invincible, though, then how the fuck are we supposed to deal with the castle? Are you kidding me? Well, guess we'll see. I kind of do wonder whether or not that Brandon guy would, you know, give you some sort of hint connected to the Tenebrium. Okay, one of the Death Knights is going to walk back this way, right? That guy. There is another one over there. Wonder how far he actually walks. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? We weren't in his vision cone at all. See, that's also what I don't get. The game is really, really inconsistent in that regard. I mean, is it because I wasn't sneaking? But wouldn't his vision cone still work the same? I mean, what's the difference? That's what I find so weird, right? Because typically I would say that sneaking in games allows you to get much closer to enemies than what you otherwise would be able to do. And also be a lot more quiet, maybe, in comparison, right? The problem is, Divinity doesn't really tell you what happens when you're not sneaking. So when you're sneaking, right, you can see their vision cones. And by increasing your sneak stat, you can reduce their vision cones, which that in and of itself, I find really, really strange. And in comparison to other games as well, while you're sneaking, you're not actually invisible, right? Well, you're not in other games either, but I think, well, for example, in Elder Scrolls, I do think that sneaking works quite well in Elder Scrolls. It can get a little bit ridiculous if you have very, very high sneak skills, because sometimes you can literally stand in front of somebody and they won't see you. But the principle behind it, I think I do like quite a bit, where they're saying, all right, you know, the environmental, I guess the darkness of the environment or whatever, right, can obscure you. Obviously, when you're around corners and whatnot, you can't be seen, but also your sneak skill in general influences how easily enemies would be able to see you. I guess in Elder Scrolls, it's not really that obvious in a lot of regards, right? So it can also be a little bit well, unclear why certain enemies might be able to see you or might not be able to see you, but I still, again, the basic idea I like, not necessarily how they've executed it entirely, but the basic idea is pretty cool. What's weird here is that they do present these vision cones to you, which typically in games are used as a, well, almost a 0 and 1 state, right? So either you're in their vision cone or you're not. I mean, Metal Gear Solid is a good example of that, where you can actually see vision cones on the minimap as well, right? And you're seen when you're within them, and if you're not within them, you're not seen. But in this game, it's this weird thing where if you're sneaking, it counts apparently the vision cones, but if you're not sneaking, I guess the enemies have some sort of awareness around them. But it's really, really unclear as to what counts when. Yeah, I'm just... And I don't even want to say that I'm not a fan of sneaking in this game, because I think whatever they were trying to do probably was a really, really cool idea. Like it does feel as if there is a really, really cool idea behind it, but I think the main issue is that it's very unclear in its presentation. Not even necessarily the way it mechanically works, but just the presentation of it is very, very unclear. So you're never quite sure if you're doing it the intended way, or, you know, if there's some sort of other, I don't know, maybe stat or environmental influence or something that would somehow influence your sneaking and you know, makes it easier to not be seen or something. I don't know. It is quite a weird thing, I would say. Anyways, let's try it the same way as before. So I assume if they're patrolling this area that maybe we're able to go back here. I mean, this does look like some sort of other Immaculate camp. Yeah, I am quite looking forward to potentially be able to deal with these guys, though. Hopefully that's a thing that can happen. And then, yeah, it's just... The problem with the vision cones, too, is that... Obviously, these guys... You know, they're not really moving in a super realistic fashion, right? I mean, obviously, normal humans... They're not normal humans. You know, I give them that, but... you know, under normal circumstances, people tend to not walk in a straight line and then turn around 180 degrees and walk the same straight line again, right? I mean, that's very, very gamey in that sense. Which, again, not necessarily, I don't necessarily have an issue with that. The problem is, as you can see, it's very unclear, for example, what direction they would turn, right? So whether or not while he's turning, does he look this way or does he look that way? Right? You can never be quite sure what happens. I mean, I guess you can just study them a bit. This guy, for example, always seems to turn this way. But yeah, I think that can make things quite finicky as well. Just in the sense that, you know, you might be pretty sure that they don't see you, and then suddenly they're, you know, for like a millisecond, they're turning 90 degrees in your direction before turning all the way around. Slightly concerned by this guy, though. Seems to be pretty far away for now.
Careful, I spotted a trap.
Ooh, boy.
Careful, I spotted a trap.
Why are there so many freaking traps around?
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Well, at least she was able to see the traps. Immaculate Metallurgist. Okay, so if I can get everybody over here, then hopefully I should be able to deal with these guys. Let's see, is there a...
Careful now, that's a trap.
Okay, at least I know where the traps are. The problem is... if I engage in combat with them while staying here... that could be very, very dangerous. Also, I really, really don't like the idea of having these Death Knights behind me. That seems like a recipe for disaster. Hey, there's a bunch of guys here. But I definitely need my entire party to deal with them. Caden. Might be able to talk to them as well, though. Okay, let's stay hidden here. Problem is the Death Knight is not that far away, right? So I really, really wouldn't like to engage in combat with them while possibly triggering the Death Knight back there. Oh, this is spilled out. That's why it's burning. Interesting. I wonder if you can get rid of that by casting Rain. All right. I guess I have to do this one at a time. I'm not entirely sure what happened to the other Death Knight. Did they somehow get deactivated or something? Is their movement pattern different now? Because... oh no, there he is. Okay, never mind. I guess he just takes a very, very long time to go back here. Hey, yeah, the fact that their vision cones are also, you know... pretty much so large that it's really, really difficult to see them outside of your screen. Like, they can pretty much pop into the like side of your screen and it'll... for fuck's sake. See? Like, he was to the side there somewhere. I probably should have saved after I successfully snuck Berdotta over there. See, he wasn't even... The vision cone of him wasn't even on screen. Ah, that is so frustrating. And he also turns around really, really quickly. Well, do I want a quick load? I guess it's really the only chance I have, right? I wonder if there's a way for me to spring all the traps without alerting him. That would be funny. Oh, can I zoom out more like this? No. I mean, I could try to somehow activate all the traps. But I'm pretty sure that's going to alert the guys, right? Especially everything's going to be burning back here. So I would then also have to cast rain and all of that while this guy is still coming back and forth the entire time. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. I don't know. This really isn't that fun. Oh, I should probably go with Lillian first, because she should be able to see the traps more easily. Because now it'll just turn into, okay, you know, it's just a trial and error game, and I'm just going to reload every time one of my characters gets seen. Which, you know, that's not really fun.
Careful now. That's a trap. Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Okay, I think I just made the mistake of potentially going too far left.
Careful! I've spotted a trap. Careful now. That's a trap.
I love how she just constantly shouts, "Oh, there's a trap! There's a trap! There's another trap!" Like nobody notices that. Okay, let's stay here. I don't think that those guys will see me. Okay, perfect. So now let's try to get Medora over there without being seen. Okay, he already turned back. I just have to stick to the right wall, basically. I think his vision cone wouldn't go over there that much. The biggest problem really is that, you know, his vision cone doesn't appear until he's actually on screen. Right? As you can see. Oh boy, that was really close. And I don't think it should work that way. It probably has to do something with like render distance or something like that, right? I'm fairly sure. So it might be some sort of technical limitation that the game has. But it's still, you know, it's not really what I would like to have. Also, I should probably enter combat with one person instead of all of them at the same time. He's not coming back yet. Because otherwise, the problem is if I put my party back together, right? One of them might accidentally step onto one of these traps. Don't know whether or not they would really do that, but... I mean, overall, this does work better than I thought, but... I just don't like... It's still somewhat trial and error, right? Because the only way that I was able to figure out how to do this is by doing it wrong at least once, and then I basically saw, oh, okay, I have to move this way in order to be able to, you know, get past them without being seen. And I don't like that, especially this, for example. I'm right next to the freaking torch over there, and he doesn't see me, right? It's this kind of a weird way of doing this, but oh well. Can you... Oh my god, this is so finicky sometimes. Alright, well, at least we did this. And now I'm in a very precarious spot between a lot of flaming barrels. Okay, so these guys over here, I don't think are necessarily going to be super, super difficult to deal with. But, I mean, technically they might have, like, spells or something available that lets them blow up these barrels. Right? I mean, that would make sense, I think. So I would have to try to somehow get away from all of this as quickly as possible. I mean, there is this place to the left here where I might be able to place a character.
Ho! Our enemies have laid a trap.
Of course, there's more traps here. Oh boy. There's another trap right here. I mean, this is a better position than being between all of them, right? But I don't know. Still seems like a recipe for disaster, to be honest. Is Lillian able to disable those? Does she still have... Wait, let me check. She has these, right? I wonder if she would be seen if she tried to defuse this mine. God, there's a lot of mines here. It would be funny to lure these guys into this corridor, but I don't think I can do that without... I mean, this is it's going to be complicated in general, because I would have to move around somehow. Really don't know how to deal with this. I mean, I can make at least one of my party members, you know, invincible against fire. That's his vision cone right there. Sometimes it does display the vision cone more or less properly, but sometimes it just doesn't. Oh man, I really don't know what to do here or how to approach this. Bunch of barricades. I mean, I could try to just throw a fireball in there or something. The thing is, they also have names, right? So I kind of want to talk to them. They might just start throwing fire at me, though. Also, I don't know how they would react to, you know, seeing me sneak around. Something about this is really, really funny. Okay, normally I don't think characters step on traps, right? So I'm kind of inclined to just bring everybody back out in the open and talk to these guys. Because I think this is going to result, very much like the other Immaculate groups, this is going to result in, you know, put everybody back together. Maybe I'll try to do this with Lillian. Oh God.
You there! You look need
neither like an Immaculate nor a Death Knight. And that means you're an intruder. Or by rights, I should kill you where you stand.
Well, I do seem to know that we're not Immaculates. By rights, do you really hold it to be legitimate to kill your fellow man outright? Okay, so I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that the only angle you can sort of take here is to convince them that you're an Immaculate. So I wonder if I had chosen to go with Arhu's suggestion, go to the priest in Silverglen and somehow join their order, I wonder if they would have given me ropes or something that make you look like Immaculates, and so these guys potentially would have just thought, oh hey, they're one of us, and you can just walk through here. I'm not an Immaculate. I'm not a Death Knight. I am worse. But perhaps what I am is your deliverance. Looks like you're stuck here, but I could remedy that. Oh boy. The cool thing is if I can convince him... Oh boy. Ooh boy. Nice. Because this is going to allow me to get away from these damn traps.
Is that the truth? Well, I suppose I shouldn't snigger at the chance of salvation. You're welcome to walk among us unharmed.
Well, nice. That's quick save. Alright. Interesting. So, just to confirm, yeah. What I did wrong last time is that I accidentally opened up one of the chests and it made them hostile towards me. I wonder, this says steel. If I just read it, would it help? This one, for some reason, just I can pick up. I mean, I obviously want to deal with these guys, right? But I definitely want to do so in a way that doesn't make it, difficult for us. Let's talk to him, though.
This place will be the death of us all, but the goddess will save my soul.
You don't look like ordinary miners to me. What is your function here?
Very perceptive of you. We aren't miners, no. We are master craftsmen. We take raw tenebrium and with it forge breastplates, gauntlets, helmets and more. Nigh indestructible pieces of jet black armor.
Wow. That sounds pretty cool, honestly. That's the one thing I'm a little bit disappointed by, is that because I accidentally clicked on one of the wooden chests in the other group. I mean, again, I would have wanted to deal with them anyway, especially because they were right next to that bone totem. But it's just unfortunate that I, by doing that, skipped over potential dialogue with them, right?
These we deliver unto the speaker of the goddess, the conduit herself, who in turn imbues our work with souls born in blood. You should see it. The bloodstone shines and writhes. The cold metal rises, suddenly hot as the fires of hell, and a death knight has come to life. Glorious.
Okay. Well, compared to the other groups that we've seen, they seem to be a lot more knowledgeable. But are they still hiding from the Death Knights? I don't really... Because at least that's the way how we seem to convince them, right? So, maybe I did misinterpret this. Maybe something did just go wrong with the Death Knights and made them somehow take over the mine accidentally or something? Maybe they planned something else for the Death Knights to do. Okay, first tell me more about those Death Knights.
They are the goddess's ultimate champions, the true realizations of the powers that course through Bloodstone.
Okay, that does explain what they're doing with the Tenebrium, though, now. I mean, not like I didn't really know before, but at least that makes it clear. So they're it's almost like the... well, not really like the orcs in Lord of the Rings, but... yeah, they're forging armor and weapons out of tenebrium, and then somehow, well, the bloodstones collect souls, right? That's the source magic. It can collect souls and absorbs them into the bloodstone, and then it sort of mangles them together and creates one strong soul out of them. And they somehow utilize the tenebrium armor and whatnot to, I guess, I don't know, facilitate a vessel for the soul, I would say. At least that's how I understand it now, and that's how they bring about those Death Knights. What's interesting at this point then is that if that's all they're using the tenebrium for, then what do they do with the Death Knights? I mean, they might still be using bloodstones for something else, I don't know. In theory, right? With at least how I understand the source magic works. Let's suppose they were creating more or less an army out of Death Knights. At some point, they could still probably choose to just take the souls of those Death Knights and merge them all together to sort of create the ultimate Bloodstone God or something, right? So just because the souls are now within those Death Knights doesn't mean that they always have to stay there, I guess.
It is within the conduit's grasp to heal, yes, but it is within her grasp to do so much more. An army such as no force on this earth can stop will march under the banner of Immaculates.
But why, though? What's the point of having an army? I wonder. Because I feel like Leandra herself is already pretty strong. I mean, maybe not as strong as an entire army of Death Knights specifically would be, but what is her angle here? Because I mean, the ultimate goal seems to be to turn everything back into nothingness, right? That sort of seems to be what she's trying to accomplish. Does she need an army for that, though? Because I felt like, at least it sounded like she was working towards some sort of void event, right? Almost something like a black hole that will just suck up all life and return everything into nothingness. And not just having an army of Death Knights that just kills people. Let's ask the other question first. How come you can safely handle Tenebrium when it gives everyone else rot?
You clearly underestimate the capabilities of the conduit. Her magic makes us strong, wholly impervious to little trifles like rot.
Can someone learn this power?
Who knows what other spells and incantations she harbors down in the depths beyond, where no one is allowed but her.
The depths beyond. What the hell did they do here? I mean, clearly that black castle down there wasn't always here, right? But it almost seems like it's not just that they built a black castle within the mines, but more as if they've somehow, like, the dimension teleported it here or something? What can you tell me about handling Tenebrium?
Nothing I'm likely to share with you. Only the goddesses devoted are worthy to handle her blessed ore. No wonder the unenlightened miners fell so quickly, and no wonder the conduit saved them so easily with the goddess's boon.
But if you and the conduit create Death Knights, then why are these things hostile to you?
That's a bit of an embarrassing tale, really. You see, the conduit travelled to the fabled realm of Hyberheim. Why, I know not, and we were left to our own devices. She is the one to perform the ritual that breeds Death Knights, and we thought we could do the same.
Oh boy. Alright, well that explains a lot, I guess. So, these Death Knights aren't even Leandra's idea. They probably didn't even understand what she was trying to do then. Because I don't think that Leandra's plan is to create an army of Death Knights. She probably needed a couple of them for something very specific, I'd wager, right? Some very specific task that required an undead, invincible knight, somehow. And then these guys just came along and said, whoa, that looks cool. We probably want to create an army of them. Huh. Well, yeah, that does explain... Okay, that just explains a lot now. So it's not even that what I speculated about previously, it's not even that a couple of the Immaculates in here didn't know what they were doing and then just were surprised when these Death Knights rose all of a sudden. But it's just they specifically just accidentally created Death Knights that weren't necessarily meant to be created and brought this whole situation upon themselves. Okay. Okay. This is pretty cool, though. I think, you know, had I been able to talk to the other guys with near the bone pile and everything, they probably could have told us the same as well. Which is very, very cool that this is a missable conversation if you just engage with them in combat outright or aren't able to reason or convince them, right? That's really, really awesome that there is this entire sort of explanation behind that. And what I also really like about this specifically is that in comparison to getting past the Death Knights, they do allow you a couple of different possibilities here, because this is the third group of Immaculates that I've met, right? The second one that I was able to reason with. And, well, as I said a couple of times now, the first one that I reasoned with, or charmed, whatever, I accidentally made hostile towards me. But yeah, it's awesome that they give you a couple of chances at you know, talking to them. Which, again, does make the whole deal with getting past the Death Knights seem a bit strange, to be completely honest. In that they really, really force you to apparently sneak by them, and having no other ways of doing that. It's... oh well.
Alas, something went wrong, and our creations turned against us. To think our brothers and sisters Immaculates here in the mine, the slavers and the necromancers, aren't even in the know about what we craftsmen do. They must have been caught unawares. Goddess have mercy on them.
Yeah, they kind of were. Okay, so it was this group specifically that came up with that dumb idea, okay? How did they think that they would be able to control them? I mean, he just told us that Leandra / the Conduit has really, really powerful magic that not only allows them to be immune to the effects of Tenebrium, but also just in general can do a lot that they probably have no idea of, right? So clearly, wouldn't it have been obvious that Leandra employed some specific magic to control the Death Knights and that these guys would not be able to do that? How could you be so dumb? Slavers and the Necromancers don't know what you do. How does that work?
Simple. The inner mine is inaccessible unless you know the password to open the gate. We know it, and the undead slaves know it, but no one else does.
Well, I do too.
Before you ask, no, I won't share the password with you. I fear the Conduit's wrath even more than I do Death Knights. And don't bother speaking to the undead either. The necromancers have them well under control, body and spirit.
Well, yeah. No, they don't. Not anymore, anyways. Minor control. Okay. We learned that the prison guards locked themselves in to hide from great invincible knights whose every step causes a great tremor. Yeah. And then investigating in the mines, we learned the password to unlock the temple door. I guess those were updates from the previous interactions that we had. All right. Well. Those are certainly interesting bits and pieces of information. Oh boy. I suppose these guys, probably in fear of the Death Knights, maybe placed down all these mines without realizing that they wouldn't even help. Okay, well. The good thing is, if I do engage with in combat with them now, at least I'm not, you know, in that whole mine scenario. Who did I just talk to? I did talk to Caden, didn't I?
This place will be the death of us all, but the goddess will save my soul.
Yeah, okay. Well, we already know the password, right? So I do think that I want to get rid of these guys, especially since I'm also very, very interested in this piece of parchment, and well, I might be able to pick up the lock anyways, but yeah, let's get rid of them before they create more Death Knights. Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Well, it's no big deal if I destroy a couple of these things, right? Let's quickly take a look at these guys first, though. He is definitely... I think they're wielding tenebrium weapons, maybe? HP, bodybuilding, fire, tenebrium, okay. What was this? Oh, right. I forgot that you need a special talent to even do attacks of opportunity. Does that work the same in like, real-life D&D? Real-life D&D. You know what I mean, the tabletop version. So I feel like, at least when I watch Critical Role, attacks of opportunity just generally happen. Okay, okay. I wonder what they'll do if I summon the wind-up toy and send it to them. I wonder if that's a thing that I can do, or if they'll immediately turn hostile if I do that. Well, let's save first. Okay, he'll just always follow me. Does he, like, stay around? Nope.
Heartbeat's too slowly to sustain.
And these... Well, I guess I just blew up myself. Okay, yeah, let's load. That was not my intention. Okay, so he just explodes as soon as the whole thing. I just wanted to know how that works. And he just follows whoever summoned it around. So that doesn't really help me. Okay, I guess let's just attack them. Right? I think...
Explosive flames!
Yeah. That's kind of... I don't know. I almost feel bad doing this, right? You just talk to them, oh yeah, you're all friendly, and then you just... Hey, fireball, catch! Boom! That's, kind of fucked up what I just did here, but... I mean, it's not my problem that they're Immaculates, right? And creating Death Knights. Okay, summon this guy in here. And let's maybe try to charm this guy.
Well, hello there.
Hello there. Okay, so hopefully they'll have other targets to attack. And then I might still be... Are you in range? Let's try to slow him down. Nice. Do I want to summon in my fire elemental or something? I don't... Well, the problem is with the summons, right? If I were to summon it here, for example, that guy might attack the fire elemental, whereas now he might attack either the skeleton... Well, the skeleton or fire elemental would end up being the same thing, but I kind of want them to attack the charmed target, right? Same thing with blinding them. It's not really what I want to do currently, right? Well, I could also summon in Nick. Let's maybe hasten Vedotta, though.
We need to get up to speed!
I think that might be a good idea. And then... anything else that I can do? I mean, I kind of want to summon in my fire elemental. I mean, I could summon it in back here. The funny thing is he'll probably try to walk around the fire, right? Sure. Alright. And then Vedotta is gonna do her usual forking stuff and whatnot. This arrow. I could summon in the bomb. Make them walk over to them, but... Approved side, first aid. I really do need more scoundrel skills now, though. Okay. Stop blessing my summon. Yeah, just attack them. Okay, he got hastened, but he was slowed, right? So it doesn't really do anything. Okay. He's fortified, then I guess... let's just do this. It's a bit unfortunate that he's fortified, but oh well. Should I cripple him? I feel like the whirlwind isn't really worth it. Yeah, sure. It's not, you know, maybe not the most intelligent thing to attack the one target that's been fortified, but makes this whole thing easier, I think. Let's just kill him. Let's do elemental blaze on that guy. Okay, he's a bit too far away. That's unfortunate. Ah, well. Just gonna end my turn then. Oh, I completely forgot that my charm target blessed my fire elemental. Oh, hey. That's not nice. Petrified, and that's invincible to earth magic, right? Hey! That's not nice. You're supposed to attack the charm target. Wait. Oh, he walked. Wait, what? Where the heck did he just go? Oh. And what's going on with the... That performance drop is the same that I had in the... When did that happen last time? It didn't happen... Yeah, it didn't happen yesterday, right? Was it that fight in the wood? No. What fight was it that where I had those performance drops? I think that was 2 days ago, right? That's really strange. There has to be some sort of effect that the game doesn't really... That the game calculates at the end of any given turn. Okay, let's see. The swordsman is stunned. Medora is feared. The fire elemental is petrified and feared. Well, he's stunned as well and bleeding. It's kind of crazy. He just stunned his own guy, right? And she's feared as well. So she's gonna just run away. Which is kind of fun. Because I guess she was still... She was still charmed when he did that. Can I unfear Medora, though? Is that a thing that I can do? Cures blind, mute, disease, infected, bleeding, crippled, and decaying touch. I could heal her. I don't know if maybe somebody else can do that. I'm not entirely sure. Don't think she can. I might want to strengthen Berdotta though, because she still has the haste on her, right? I just hope that Medora isn't going to run somewhere where she shouldn't be. Like alerting Death Knights to our presence. That would be not so great. Cures bleeding, crippled, and diseased. Heals target. Enchant self or ally with water shields. Let's see, do I maybe have another scroller item? Ice elemental, ice wall, silence. I could silence their priest, but yeah, I don't think I have a way to deal with the fear. At least she doesn't. All right, let's do this then.
Time to deal some damage.
And then I think, well, I could also. I was gonna say I was maybe doing the poison dart, but I might be able to just burn everything back there. It's a little bit unfortunate because of all the surrounding stuff, but sure.
Victory and prosperity.
It's a bit annoying that they're all sort of standing inside here. It's a bit finicky to figure out what's even happening to them. Anything else? Blessing removes curse, well, she's not cursed. Earth absorption. I could fortify someone. She is bleeding. Yeah, sure. Let's just fortify her. Might help, right? There has to be some sort of effect that gets calculated at the end of a round. The weird thing is, I've been in battles with way more enemies than this, right? And the game never had any performance drops. So it has to be some specific effect that somehow the game has trouble calculating. Or the AI has dropped. Well, the weirdest thing is, though, is the AI even doing something? Because it just turned over from one of my characters to another one of my characters, right? And I had assumed that the AI would just calculate whatever it's trying to do in their turn. But apparently there has to be some sort of background effect. So I don't think it's the AI per se. I think it's it has to be some maybe damage calculation or something. Maybe, I mean, one thing that I haven't really done that much is destroy objects. And no, that can't be it, because then it would have done the same I don't know, something that gets calculated in the background somehow seems to be causing problems. I don't even necessarily mind that much. It's just that, you know, I would like to know. Okay, he is blinded. I shouldn't forget that there's still one guy back here. Although he's stunned, so might as well deal with him later. Cures petrified, slowed, and stunned. I could unstun the skeleton. Wait, removes burning, frozen, stun, charm, healing, and shields. This can remove charm, by the way. That's really, really strong. Funnily enough, I don't seem to have anything that removes fear, though. Unfortunate, I guess. Oh, fuck. I probably should have just normal attack. Ah, well, whatever. Okay. She has shrapnel scatter. I wonder if I should try using that this turn. I mean, she's not a corpse. Could try that with the basket, huh? I just want to see how it works, mainly. Whoa. Why did a bunch of stuff back here blow up? Was that where it landed? That was a bit weird. So it's... Did most of the shrapnel land back here then? I guess you want to hit something that is in front of the enemies in order to make it attack them. Okay. Can I hit him with that? Yeah. Wait. What is this? Cures poison. Okay. She's just running away. Holy shit. Just trying to beat my skeleton. I mean, there are a lot of effects happening, right? Because it's constantly checking whether or not something is still burning or stunned or whatever. But again, I feel like I've had way more effects of that happening in other scenarios with way more enemies. I mean, for example, when I went into that pirate cave on the coast of Sicil, right? I accidentally entered in combat with 4 pirates, and then another like 7 pirates joined while they were at the same time fighting, I think, undead skeletons, like 4 or 5 undead skeletons, and all of that was happening at the same time and didn't have any performance drops. And it's only ever at the end of a turn, so I don't know, something must be weird there. some calculation must take place that the game just doesn't really know how to handle, or that somehow takes more resources than when it's supposed to. Where's the other guy even? Can you not... Is there no view that allows you to remove the top of the tent? Also, for some reason, I seem to be able to just shoot through it. Wasn't there another guy back here somewhere? I thought there was another person somewhere. Let's see. Well, I don't really want to throw the ice shot. Let's do the poison dart, actually. Oh. Okay. Let's try to hit him then. Because hopefully that poison might still be spreading or something. Oh yeah, Medora was feared, but she only ran back to me. Okay, that's nice actually. Weakens and curses an enemy. Do I just want to do that? I mean, they're very far away. The person that would make more sense to weaken and curse is probably Caden, but he's already fairly dead and blinded. Let's just attack this person normally. Okay, and Petrified failed. The funny thing is it's still happening, right? As if whatever effect is causing it is still there. It's just very, very strange. I almost think that it might be worth it to just attack them normally, right? Caden isn't blinded anymore. Thought that lasts... I guess he's saved against that then, right? Well, let's try the Blitzbolt against him then. Okay, at least that's stunned. Well, the other person is still on fire, right? So... It's a bit weird that you can just... The tent somehow doesn't count as actually being there. I don't like that. Oh well. Guess not everything can be perfect. I mean, at this point, it might honestly be worth it to just kill them normally. Where the fuck are the other ones? Caden's still stunned. That guy's burning and poisoned. Let's just attack the one up front. That guy's still stunned as well. It's funny though, because you'd assume that no real... Well, the only calculations that sort of take place in between rounds are possibly damage calculations or something like that. So it is certainly a bit strange that... I don't know, that somehow drops performance. Okay, Fire Mantle is gone. Still stunned. Swordman is burning. Well, the problem is they're almost dead, and bringing Medora over there. I mean, she could... I guess she could walk up to them and just do the whirlwind. That would destroy the chest, but... You know, I don't really care. Does it even hit all? Yeah, it does. Oh boy. She did kill all three of them at once, right? What was that just healed her? Okay, she's the only one that remains, right? Let's just cast that, because it can cast it from here. And do this. Don't really know why, but...
Let us make them pay, friends.
Oh. Even the petrified succeeds there. Nice. And now I'm just going to cast Rain to get rid of the fire. Well, that was quite effective, wasn't it?
I never rains but it pours, eh?
And let's heal up Medora. That was fun. We annihilated these guys. Fun with fluids. Let's read that. You can mix your own invisibility potion, mix one armor potion with it. The text abruptly stops there as if the ink has gone up in thin air, become invisible. Okay. It's kind of fun. But I think I already knew that. Oh boy. That's a bunch of stuff. Thankfully, stuff like the bread and dinner still stays around, even though the table's been absolutely destroyed. Some gold. Some rapier. 10 trap disarm toolkits. I think that's one of the first times that I actually found those just lying around somewhere. Okay, this is really annoying though, because you can't even really target that stuff, right? Because it's below the tent. Don't really know what they were thinking with that. All right, let's read the parchment. My esteemed Tenebrium Smiths, I have been called away to Hyberheim on urgent and vital business. Oh, was this actually written by Leandra? You have my permission to take a few days' rest while I am gone, but ensure that those who do not hold a position as elevated as yourselves do not venture beyond the gate. They must not see the Death Knights. They would not, as yet, understand. You know the gate password, so do our undead slaves, but fortunately they are mute as long as the necromancers uphold their spells. Do not share the password with anyone, or an undead slave you'll become. That much, I promise. Well, now they're all dead, so... Blessed be the goddess, and blessings of the void be upon thee. Signed, the conduit. Alright, so, I don't know. I feel like she actually has a bit too much trust in her subordinates here. I mean, well, I don't think that she necessarily anticipated them to somehow try to summon in their own Death Knights. She probably didn't assume that they would be that idiotic, but I find it interesting that, I mean, well, the reason for why I think this whole situation just screams like it can be, you know, either exploited or at least can crumble down very, very quickly is because the people that were apparently watching over that bone pile that controlled the miners did not know about the Death Knights, did not know the password, but the miners did, right? So, I don't know. Well, on paper, that whole situation actually kind of makes sense, because by essentially splitting up these tasks and not telling these people everything. You know, in theory, you want to do that so that nobody can sort of know everything and take over, right? If they distrust everybody, or not necessarily distrust, but if nobody has the entire information available to them, then obviously nobody can, quote unquote, take over or something like that, right? But I feel like where the problem lies here is that the Tenebrium Smiths in this case knew a bit too much, right? So for example, if they wouldn't have even known about the necromancers and their bone pile, then maybe they wouldn't have really been able to, or they wouldn't have trusted themselves to do this whole Death Knight thing. I don't really know. This seems like it just screams recipe for disaster, right? Although, arguably, I really didn't think that they would be dumb enough to try summoning in Death Knights on their own. I really don't know how you would get that idea, but apparently for some reason they did. But still, I don't know. I guess the skeletons needed to have the password because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get the Tenebrium to where it needs to be. But I feel like that does require maybe a bit too much trust in that the bone pile and everything and the control over the skeletons needs to work. Especially since it was only one bone pile, right? You'd assume that maybe there were a couple and like a fail-safe in case one of them got destroyed or something. But no, it was just one. Once again, Leandra sort of seems to be a bit neglectful in a couple of ways, but I don't think, at least so far, I've had the impression that she doesn't even really mind, right? She doesn't really care 100% whether or not things go wrong because her ultimate goal, as long as her ultimate goal is still achievable, I feel like she does not necessarily care if other things go wrong or don't go her way, or she doesn't really put 100% of effort into making things, you know, completely fail-safe because she for some reason, even though I personally don't really know why she would be that way, because I feel like, well, I don't really understand why she wouldn't try to, I don't know, make the stuff she does more resilient against failures, right? Maybe we'll see, though. I don't know. Or maybe I'm misinterpreting that as well, and she is under more pressure than we realize and just doesn't really show it. Mine workers. I fear for my life as I have never feared before. They are loose and they cannot be stopped. An experiment gone awry. A bloodlord loosed from all loyalty. We are doomed. Mine workers. Lock level 3. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh. Oh, that was what the key was that was lying next to the bone pile. Okay. Funny. Well, not really that great in terms of loot, but also not bad, I guess. I definitely don't need the shield. Fire, earth, air resistance. Only Medora could wear these, but I think she has better ones already. Unfortunately. This normal stuff can all be, they can all be sold, right? Yeah. Just sent a bunch of stuff over to Lillian already. What does she... I'm way too close to being over encumbered again. That's... I mean, well, arguably at this point in the game, you know, with how much gold I have, I'm not even really, I don't need to pick up everything, right? But I don't know, at the same time, I feel like not picking stuff up is weird as well. I mean, obviously I could just drop the normal stuff, right? Just all the normal helmets and whatnot, I could just leave here if it really came down to that. But it feels weird because I also have, I technically have enough inventory space available to me. I just need to, because technically Bedota and Medora could also hold way more than what they're currently holding, right? But it just becomes this awkward thing of having to juggle multiple inventories and having to remember where you put stuff, and then having to move it back to Lillian because she's the one with the highest charm and therefore she would be the one to sell stuff. Not that that really plays a role now, considering that, you know, I have enough money already, but too much inventory management. Okay, let me take a very quick break though, because I need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, and let's see here what we can do. First of all, let's see if I can get rid of this fire, or if that's a permanent thing.
Weep upon the earth.
Okay, it is somewhat strange, right, that sometimes you come across these places where there's basically fire on the ground, and it actually shows on the map for some reason, right? As if it would be some sort of permanent lava that exists here, but it's actually not. That's the weirdest thing in Cyseal, right? In that area where there is that, like, Fire King dude, and he is surrounded by this whole area of fire. Not lava, fire. Normal fire, right? So the way I was able to get through that quite effectively was just by casting rain all the time. Also in combat, obviously, because it actually made the whole thing pretty easy. It's just strange to me that the map displays fire that isn't permanent as being permanent, right? I don't know, something about that just felt strange. I mean, theoretically, I guess in Hyberheim, since everything's snowy, that also technically shouldn't be part of the map. But, I mean, in that case, it is actually a permanent, like a permafrost snow, right? I guess. You can get rid of the snowstorm, I think, but you can't get rid of the snow. I don't know, something about this is still strange. I don't know why this would be, you know, displayed on the map like this if it's not actually permanent.
Look out! I see a trap
Oops.
nearby.
Oops. Oh, fuck. I just should have cast rain right away again.
Spirits of water, show your strength!
I should have known that there were more traps around. Oopsie.
I feel better already.
Well, at least we didn't die. Okay. Bear with me, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, I probably should just blow everything up here, right? Otherwise this is just gonna be annoying to get through.
I needed that.
I don't know why I didn't expect it to be traps back here. Kinda want to blow up the other stuff too. The thing is though, if I keep the other fire barrels around, maybe that's a clever way to get rid of one of the Death Knights at some point, if they're not invulnerable anymore. If we can somehow accomplish that, then maybe we'd be able to lure one of them, or even multiple of them, through the traps and just try to kill them that way. Okay. First of all, let's... I think I just quick save, but... Let's just try to blow up a bunch of stuff over here. Okay. Pretty sure that's all the traps with dealt with over here. Whoa, what the fuck? Why does that come over here? That was strange. Didn't realize that it would, like, spill over this far.
I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
I'm drenched.
Was there some additional oil that I didn't see? Guess there must have been, huh? This is just kind of a brute force way to get through here, but I just can't be bothered to walk around the traps all the time. It's kind of funny. Think about if, you know, that Death Knight over there had hurt us and would just be coming after us. Wouldn't that be kind of crazy? How much did I blow up, though? Pretty sure that I must have gotten rid of almost everything here. It definitely also spilled over here. I find it also interesting that these lamps seem to be interactable, so we can turn them on or off. Is that what's going on here?
Ho! Our enemies have laid a trap.
Right. Let's blow up some more stuff then. Also, it's a bit weird that by utilizing Fireball, you can actually see traps even though you don't have the perception to see them. Oh, well. Whatever. What is making that weird sound? What the hell? Oh! Fuck is that? That looks slightly disturbing. I guess that must be some way to turn the Tenebrium into something else. I wonder if there's another Death Knight back here, or if that's... I mean, knowing that the Death Knights basically exist because these smiths, you know, accidentally summoned them in, means that... I mean, most likely they won't be inside the castle, right? Unless Leandra kept some of them around. I mean, technically, if they're being made there, then maybe... maybe they would be there as well. I kind of hope that they're not in the castle, because I also want to fight. I don't want to, you know, be constantly only running away from them,
Never rains, but it pours, eh?
or sneaking around them. I halfway expected the Death Knight to be activated because of the rain. Because technically that would count as me casting a spell on them, but maybe I either got lucky or maybe I just kept my camera far away so that they won't be part of that. I don't know. Well. Guess we're gonna do this one at a time again. Okay, let's see where his vision comes from. He turns around quite early. So I think if I bring everybody back here, it shouldn't be a problem. Just need to make sure that nobody else is around. Okay, that's the door that we can open up with the password, right? I'm pretty sure beyond that, there... Well, can I be really sure? I'm not entirely certain, but I just hope that there are no Death Knights beyond the door. At least nothing that's... Well, I do want to fight them eventually, but I just hope that there's nothing completely invincible there, right? Because I do want to fight and not sneak by them. Also, this guy is a little bit more annoying than the other ones because he turns around even more quickly. The other ones at least have like a really, really big sort of radius or path that they're patrolling. I think he walked away already. And once again, I'm not entirely certain if he might even be able to see us if, you know, we stop sneaking. In theory, he's quite far away now. Guess you never really know. Depends on how the triggers on those guys work, right? Okay. Let's just get out of sneak.
This door must lead to the inner ruins.
And
It
I'll bet
must.
you it's locked tighter than a dwarven ale purse.
Thankfully, we do know the password. What's going on over here? What is this? Detonator. Can you combine them with a fuse? Can you actually lay one of those traps yourself where they, you know... So if I use this, it'll just blow up everything that's lying here? Is that how it works? That seems a bit silly. Huh. It does seem as if there are a couple more dead guys inside, though. Which, yeah. Kind of worries me a little bit. Oh. Deactivated Death Knight. So those are literal machines that create them, huh? I guess they're pumping, I don't know, source magic into them? How does that work directly? That's a lot of tenebrium. Holy shit, I'm not really sure if I really want to enter that place. Mr. Rat?
Careful now. This is where the woman in red is working. She doesn't take kindly to interruptions.
I wonder where the hell she went, by the way. Because, well, she seemed to have told the Smiths that she's going to Heiberheim. But we've seen her in Heiberheim, and she's already gone from that place. So I wonder if she returned here. Alright, guess one other save, and then we're gonna go in, huh?
The massive gate bars the way quite decisively.
Let's take a good look at this door.
The heavy door doesn't give way to any pressure applied. A rune in the center appears to be its only obvious feature.
Oh, do I have a rune?
The rune grows warmer. It reacts to the sound of your voice.
Sadakandras. I still find this weird. Because as far as we know, I mean, maybe I misheard, or maybe I misinterpreted that, or maybe they just pretended that it was the case, but Sarakandras. Well, I mean, Drexus directly told us, right? Drexus, was that his name? Yeah. Sarakandras seems to be the leader of the Goblin tribe, as far as we know, right? So why would that be the password to the temple door that leads to the room where they create Death Knights? Like, how is that connected? Wouldn't a goblin accidentally open up this door? Maybe I misinterpreted that. Maybe Leandra made them believe that, but still, I mean, if this is a password, you wouldn't just willy-nilly use it for other means or other ideas. I don't know. No idea what this is supposed to be about. But
as you speak, Sarakandras, the door's inner workings begin clicking into place. Lo and behold, with the screeching sound of 1,000 goblins hissing, the door opens.
I still really like the narrator, by the way. I really, really wish that a couple of other narration pieces would also have been voice acted. I mean, technically, there shouldn't really be any traps around within the temple, right? I mean, why would they have to trap the place if, you know, they don't expect anybody to enter it? Okay, what exactly happened here, though? Did they create a couple of Death Knights within the temple? But, I mean... Okay, so the Smiths... Wait, they did know the password, right? They said that they... Yeah, right. He even specifically mentioned that he won't tell it to us. Okay, so they knew the password. I guess they must have gone in here, created a couple more Death Knights, then the Death Knights started attacking them, and they ran out, right? And I guess they couldn't really close the door in time, so a couple of Death Knights now roam the mines. Okay. Fair enough. This looks really, really suspicious, though. We can open them up. I mean, they don't look super special, aside from the fact that they have these red, ominous-looking, almost mask-like things on their shoulders, knees, and arms. Oh, there's another one back there. It's a lot of dead people.
Armors, Tenebrium. This must be where the Death Knights are made.
This must be the heart of the Immaculate's operation.
Wonder if it really is, though. Okay, I'm gonna save again, just because I'm not entirely sure. Technically, the Tenebrium boss should go right into my box, right?
Hopefully Brandon's little box works as advertised.
Indeed. Death by toxic rocks hardly befits a source hunter.
Okay, so it gets placed into my special box right away. We opened the door and moved deeper into the temple. We found Tenebrium. We can bring it to Brandon for a reward. Don't know if we necessarily want to, though, but we'll see about it.
Fortune!
Gold ring. A bit more Tenebrium. Robe. Even more Tenebrium.
7 grant abundance!
Washing tub. Wonder what that's doing here. Leadership HP Unbreakable. Level 15, huh? Let's also identify... What did I get? The ring, right? Yeah. Toxic thin gold ring of earth resistance. Pickpocketing. Inflict poisoned on contact. I don't know. And rope. +1 speed. And water resistance. Oh boy. This is where the tenebrium is now. Oh, I picked up ore as well. Ew. I probably want to drop the ore again, at least for now. I didn't realize that it was ore and not bars. And there's a bunch of ore. Can I somehow deactivate the machine though? Okay, that's interesting. This seems to be tenebrium ore, right? So the machine almost looks like it's sucking up something within the tenebrium and pumping it into the knights or something. Certainly an interesting contraption. Let me very quickly look at my equipment though. So, I mean, I would lose out on movement, but I would gain +1 speed by equipping this armor. And I kind of did the same thing on Lillian, so I think I want to do the same thing here. Looks kind of ugly, but I can live with that. Intelligence. What was the other ring? Pickpocketing or something, right? Yeah. And then I also have this helmet. Yeah, let's utilize that. Might be a good idea. Doesn't look that great, but whatever. Her rings have +1 perception each, though, so I don't want to exchange that for pickpocketing, I don't think. Okay. Let's heal up then.
I feel better already. I feel better already.
That's a lot of tenebrium ore. If we somehow would be able to actually... That looks weird. To actually craft tenebrium weapons, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can use for that here. That looks weird, right? These glass vials? Wooden lock, okay. A mushroom. Okay, what's going on with the imps though? So this seems to be sucking the life energy out of them, right? And putting it into the Death Knight. And then the other machines seem to be doing the same thing, but with tenebrium ore. I wonder if the Death Knights get placed on both machines in order to, you know, add both life energy and tenebrium energy to them. This looks crazy, though. Why is there like a volcano or something in here? Oh, hello. This looks like a former temple that has somehow been destroyed. Are they accessing some kind of hellscape through this?
Are becoming something of a habit, Source Hunter.
Hi.
I believe that theory of mine holds water, after all.
What theory? Did not expect her to just appear.
Do you feel it? The links between us growing stronger. It's as though we stand at opposite ends of history, and the space between is rapidly falling away.
Huh. Okay, so exactly like her sister, she does seem to be able to tell, or at least feel, what might be going on with us, right? And what our history or whatever might entail. Because I think at some point I did speculate about that, because it doesn't really make sense that she would keep us alive, right? In theory. If we were just, quote-unquote, normal source hunters, why wouldn't she just kill us, right? I mean, that would very, very easily make her whole operation succeed, I think. Because we do seem to be the only ones that are actually capable of opposing her. Aside from maybe Arhu and Ikara, but she did manage to encase Ikara in ice, and Arhu wasn't really able to deal with that, it seemed like. So I feel like there has to be a specific reason for why she's keeping us alive all this time, or why she isn't really engaging in battle with us directly. And I wonder if she's planning for us to maybe find ourselves again, right? Maybe find out whatever godlike creature we might have been in the past and somehow utilize that for her own advantage. Either she's trying to, I don't know if she would really think that possible, but maybe she would be trying to get us on her side at some point? Because what would her angle be? Why would she... Unless whatever she's trying to do maybe also requires us to be alive. I mean, essentially, she's trying to fiddle with the whole space-time continuum, if you will, right? So maybe whoever we were in the past holds some sort of key power in that endeavor. And maybe she needs us for her plans to succeed. But of course it might entail that she also has to somehow deal with us first. Like in the sense that she has to make sure that we're either susceptible to whatever she's trying to do, or maybe she needs something else to succeed first before she can then try to take our powers for that very thing. I don't know.
But you're not alone, are you? No. Who else have we lurking about the place? I'd like to have a word with you all at once.
You've been crafting Death Knights. Why?
Why? The same reason anyone would care to create a soldier so powerful that none could defeat it. A war is coming, Source Hunter. The final war.
Huh. Somehow that seems to be a lot more simple than what I thought. So maybe she is creating an army of Death Knights to just kill everybody? I don't know. I really thought that her whole deal was that she was somehow trying to summon in the void. And I just thought that that would entail some sort of gigantic ritual that would just end up with everything being destroyed, instead of creating an army that then just goes around killing everybody.
My preparations are already bearing fruit, and soon enough the first strike will fall. The end will come swiftly, painlessly, like an executioner's blade upon the neck. Only those who squirm will feel it.
Well, see, that does sound a lot more like what I was thinking about, but I mean, maybe she still needs the Death Knights to just make sure that whatever ritual or whatever she's planning does succeed, right? You say your Death Knights are invincible, but the first Death Knights were defeated along with the Source King Brachus. Oh, I completely forgot about that. That was back when he was at full power, though, right? I mean, the version of Brachus Rex that we defeated certainly wasn't all that strong.
Those first knights were mere prototypes. Powerful, yes, but not imbued with half the power of mine.
Okay.
They've been cast in such terrible terms. Death Knight, Dread Lord, Blood Devil. In fact, as I bring them to life, I see only angels of mercy.
Kind of a fucked up viewpoint, but she's had a lot of those, didn't she? Angels of mercy.
My knights are growing in number and strength, forged of tenebrium, born of blood stone. They will march Rivellon toward her ultimate fate.
I don't know. I'm almost a little bit disappointed in her. I thought she had planned some sort of weird void ritual to kill us all instead of just creating an invincible army. So these are the creations you described. You're using Bloodstone to create an army of Death Knights.
Very good, Source Hunter. While you've
I just repeated what you just said.
Starstones to leap through portals on your shelter plane, I've been using Bloodstones to craft a reality of my own here in Rivellon.
Okay.
These are my children, you see. Born not only of the blood of the sacrificed, but of my own blood as well. Thus imbued, my knights will march where I ask them to march.
The funny thing is, she doesn't even really acknowledge even that those idiot smiths seem to have created a couple of Death Knights on their own. As if she's even welcoming it. Kind of like I suspected, right? She's focusing on her own goal, and she's just utilizing whatever circumstances she finds to her own gain, and doesn't even really care if everybody else dies. I mean, obviously her ultimate plan would be to kill everybody, I think, which naturally would include all the Immaculates. They just don't really know about that yet, I guess. But it's just funny to me that, you know, these Smiths accidentally created a bunch more Death Knights that they weren't able to control, and she's just going, well, you know, more for me, I guess.
How far is it from here to your shelter plane, incidentally? Perhaps as close as the zap of a special stone, from what I've heard.
I don't really like this first option. I mean, I kind of want to choose it to see how she reacts to it and to have the dialogue, obviously, but I don't really care whether or not she's comparing herself to us, especially since we do still not really know ourselves who or what we were, right? Let's see what she says.
Ha! I assure you, nothing I've done requires forgiveness. Nor anything you've done, Source Hunter.
Funny thing is, she does always address us just as Source Hunters, right? Whereas Ikara's first instinct was to call us something entirely different, and then just pretended to uphold the act of us being Source Hunters.
You may be loath to admit it, but I believe our approach to certain uncomfortable matters is similar. Blood spills at my behest, if and only if it serves the greater purpose.
Well, that's a very narrow viewpoint, though, right? I mean, I would agree that killing obviously is never good, right? If you lower yourself down to the same kind of blunt instruments as your opponents, then I guess you're not much better. But I mean, there's still a difference, right? I don't know, to me, there is a difference, right? Between killing, I don't know, an innocent child and killing Hitler. Clearly, there is a difference. So, yeah, you could argue killing is bad, but if you kill somebody in order to prevent the death of thousands of others, then surely that has to be, I don't know, that's just a logical course, right? It might not necessarily be the best course for humans, but it's, well, a course that a computer would choose, funnily enough, right? Which is always the sort of the funny thing, I guess, if you know, watch, I guess, these sort of dystopian movies where tech has advanced a lot, right? These dystopian futures and whatnot. Sometimes they do contain AI that sort of takes over control because the AI realizes, well, humans aren't able to take over control. And yeah, in a fucked up way, sure, if you were getting rid of every human that, you know, does bad things, then technically no bad things would be happening anymore, right? Obviously, it's not as simple as that, and that's most of the time that's sort of the angle that these movies or books or whatever take, right? Is that no matter how good the AI is, it doesn't fully understand humans, and so, you know, it just might kill a bunch of innocent people as well, or people that just haven't really done that much. I mean, it's a little bit like, what's that movie with Tom? Is it Tom? Not Tom Hanks. The fuck's his name? Tom Cruise. Minority Report, right? Where they can predict crimes before they happen. I don't know. It's obviously it's a very difficult topic, but I mean, it also depends, right? Technically, that's not entirely true, but most of the engagements that I fought in the game so far, I did because I was attacked, not because I attacked something. I mean, obviously it's also a game, right? So you know that certain things are designed as encounters, right? So there is no way to get through them without fighting unless sneaking past them, but I mean, they are designed as being opponents, right? Well, she kind of has a point here, but she also kind of don't. Is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. What do you proclaim to be your greater purpose?
Let me paint you a picture, Source Hunter. Imagine a world without war, without death, without sorrow, fear, or struggle. A world in which all of us, humans and orcs, imps and goblins, demons and gods, are as one, separated neither by body nor by soul.
It's not exactly what you told us earlier, though. I thought you wanted to destroy everything, not make everything one thing. I mean, the way she's describing it, though, it sounds more like she's trying to get the world back to, I don't know, the state we were in shortly after the Big Bang, right? Where nothing really existed. It was just a bunch of hot matter and like plasma and whatnot, right? I mean, technically that's what she's describing here. Everything's just one thing. Sure, no strife exists, but so does nothing else. It's just a big pile of, well, not exactly nothingness, but also not exactly any real meaningful thing either. Right? So if you take away all the meaning by combining everything, it's like what's the point? Yeah, sure, no death, no sorrow, okay, fine, but also nothing else. Right? I mean,
it will be done, Source Hunter. That will be our new world, our new reality. The Void has been inching toward Rivellon for eons, eager to reunite us in the single awareness that once was. It is a beautiful purpose. The greatest that has or ever will be.
Yeah, no. I have to disagree with you there. I don't know, how can you think that that's a status that you would like to achieve? I mean, the equivalent of that would be to, you know, let's say some powerful person, mage, whatever, had the ability to shoot Earth into the sun, right? In the grand scheme of things for the universe, that wouldn't make any sort of difference, right? I mean, there are billions and billions of stars in the universe, and there are probably stars that are being created and destroyed and whatever every single day, right? So what does the universe care if one single planet is destroyed by it being blown into the sun or something, right? It's just, we're a tiny dust particle in the grand scheme of the universe, right? So in a funny way, you could describe exactly what she's trying to do here with the exact same thing. I mean, obviously that would get rid of all the wars that humans fight. It would get rid of all the sorrow, you know, sadness, whatever. But it also would get rid of everything else. It would get rid of our cool inventions, right? Of our past and history. It would get rid of all the happy moments that humans can share with one another. Like, what? Why? Right? It's just so pointless. Is the thing. I mean, I can fully understand if somebody says, all right, I do not want to deal with the sorrow and everything that human life brings, right? I can definitely understand that. And, okay, this is going to get maybe a little bit heavy, but because I'm definitely, I want to preface that, right? I'm not any sort of expert at all when it comes to, you know, taking your own life or anything, right? But as cruel and brutal as that seems to be from the outside, I can also empathize with people. It's just that usually, you know, I would say that in 99.999% of cases, the humans that do that also have potential issues that prevent them from either seeking help or getting help, or, you know, sort of untwisting their mind, right? So you can always assume that somehow, if we theoretically, right, the ideal situation would be that every human had the ability to at all times consult, you know, a psychiatrist or you know, people that are trained with that in order to talk to them and get therapy and whatnot, right? So I would say that probably 99.99999% of those cases would be preventable if we had that sort of idealistic system established on our planet, right? Which is sad to think about because we could theoretically do that. We're just too dumb to execute that, right? Or whatever. So by that line of thinking, I would say no actual, you know, person that chooses to die would choose the same if they had access to all the help that they can theoretically get, right? Where did I want to go with this? So the thing's just, if we assume that to be true, right? If we assume that what I just said is true, then it would logically follow that nobody really wants to die, right? They just do it because they don't have access to what they should have access to. Which kind of means that the whole idea of killing everybody in order to completely eradicate death and sorrow, it doesn't make logical sense, right? It doesn't make logical sense because, well, if you were to invest the same kind of energy that you can invest into killing everybody, if you would invest that's, well, all right, fair enough. Technically, it's always easier to destroy than to do anything else, like helping or whatever else, right? And there is definitely a truth to that. But at the same time, I also think that if we were to invest all of our energy and all of the energy that I mean, think about how much energy is completely wasted, right? By creating weapons, fighting wars, I don't know, even some really, really petty sort of strife between neighbors or something, right? Because your freaking branch of a tree is growing over to your neighbor's yard or something ridiculously dumb that people come up with. Well, I guess in a way that is what she's trying to say, right? That it's impossible to get rid of all of that, and I do agree with that, but I don't know. It's such a weird assumption, right? Because by getting rid of everything and making everything one, it's also, I don't know. Aren't you inherently taking away the entire reason for living at all? That's sort of the point, right? I mean, if people are unsatisfied with their life, or if people do think that living in general is just sort of a pointless thing to begin with, fair enough, right? So I guess I could see the point of somebody saying, all right, life is pointless, we should just get rid of it, right? Which is the angle that, incidentally, Final Fantasy XIV took in Endwalker, right? They explored the whole thing of really, really intelligent races sort of in the universe somewhere, recognizing that life was meaningless and it would be destroyed anyways at the end of the universe, at the end of everything. And so their conclusion was, well, if we're going to die eventually, we might as well die now, right? Okay. I can definitely see that, right? Especially if you're a super advanced species that has lived for billions of years and you conclude, all right, you know, we did everything we could, it's kind of pointless now, bye-bye, right? All right. I can understand that. But I simply don't understand her here, right? I mean, what's the point? If you think that life currently is bad because it has so many bad things attached to it, sort of removing everything from it, then it's just pointless, right? So it's, I don't really understand that sort of logical leap to, okay, everything's bad, and so my solution to that is to make everything pointless. Isn't that a weird sort of deal? And I'm not saying that that's a criticism of a character or anything, because a person can still believe that, right? It's not, I'm not saying that, because clearly she doesn't really seem to follow the same logic that I do. She hasn't really explained her logic either, I guess. Maybe she will. But, yeah, at least for me, I would understand the logical conclusion of, all right, we know that life is meaningless, therefore we can just get rid of life because it is meaningless, right? All right, I understand that logical conclusion. But saying that life is bad and therefore we make it so that it isn't really life at all anymore, that just, I can't really follow. Unless she is truly saying that she wants to create a new world without strife, without sorrow. But I don't think that's what she's talking about, right? Because essentially, the void, the very name of that, seems to suggest that in her mind, nothing will exist anymore. I don't know, let's get on with it. I feel like I'm going in circles here. I will not stand by while you terrorize innocents. Face me.
Understand me,
I kind of do, yeah.
I crave no cries of terror, only peaceful silence.
And yet you're keeping us alive so far.
My army is nearly ready. Since you've come so far, perhaps you'd like to see the culmination of my Immaculate's efforts. Maybe then you'll understand the fruitlessness of this war you're waging upon the inevitable. Temple become your grave. A prettier casket I can't give you.
And she just...
Death Knights. Without a way to make them vulnerable, we stand no chance against these monstrosities.
We can't fight them, but perhaps we can outrun them.
Is she trying to destroy the whole place? Am I missing something here? I mean, there's still a whole lot of loot back here as well. Or maybe the tremors are caused by the Death Knights? Okay, but they're still invulnerable as well. I mean, they seem to want me to go this way, right? I could definitely go through there. It just doesn't really lead anywhere. I mean, there are all these other areas back here, though. I mean, clearly there's more to this place than what we've seen so far. I wonder if we're supposed to come back here at some point. I was thinking, oh, wait, on the map it looks like there's a mirror back there. Yeah, I think that's where we're supposed to go. I just need to know, is there another thing that we can do here? Something that would allow me to... How many points do I need to sneak? Because I wonder if, technically, their vision cones aren't that big. I wonder if I can just go up here, for example, and just begin sneaking with everybody. And then they wouldn't be able to see me anymore. I don't know how many points I need to sneak, though. I don't want to fuck this up. That's the annoying bit. I mean, I can run quite far. The problem is I would have to somehow get rid of these crates, right? I mean, there is an oil barrel, so I could blow them up. But that would also mean that I'd have to... How many points do I need for rain? 4? That's a lot. Sneaking might actually be my best option. How many points does sneak need, though? Can I... Let me see. Shouldn't that be here somewhere? Enter sneak mode. 5 points. Okay. You can also try to flee. How did that work again? I think you... Flee from the battle you're currently engaged in to the nearest waypoint shrine. There is a certain chance attached to that, though, right? I wonder if it might be easier to just enter sneak mode. Whoop. Okay, let's see. At least I could potentially, you know, save my mains. I wonder if I wanna... Oh, Medora doesn't... That's unfortunate. She's gonna get an attack of opportunity against her, isn't she? Nope. That's funny. Just gonna sneak away from them. Okay, technically all of us are now entered in a state of sneaking. Would this count as, like, would he see me if I go this way? Shit. Well, that's not really what I wanted. Wait, why did sneaking fail? Is there a certain chance of it failing for some reason? Oh, he just has like a giant vision cone this way? Well, that's pretty dumb. Guess that's not really the solution then. Oh boy. I guess it was worth a shot. Technically, it did get me further away from them than I'd otherwise would have been. Wait, does he... Can I throw that here, maybe?
The secret weapon of Chaldean burglars.
Probably should have done that to begin with, to be completely honest. Okay. Let's exit sneak though. The problem is if I cast rain in order to get rid of the whole... I feel like this is going to be very funny. Yeah, I was thinking about casting rain, but the problem is Lillian goes first, right? Because otherwise I will have trouble getting past the crates if... I guess I can also cast Fireball. I need to get to the mirror back there. Can already see it. The problem is I don't want her to stay behind with... anything. Okay, so I could also just run through the fire, right? As long as the Death Knights don't... Might not necessarily want to stay in the fire, though. Okay, technically their vision cones shouldn't go through the smoke. What if I sneak with everybody now? Won't they be confused? I don't know if I want to risk that though. Better run away. I mean, I could pick up the loot eventually, I guess. Do I still have rain? I do. So let's cast rain over here. Hopefully that won't get rid of the smoke over there. Seemingly doesn't. I mean, now I'm wet, so... Okay. I'm burning slightly, but it helps. Funny thing is I should be able to utilize the ram Might have even been easier to use that to get through the crates.
All in one blow.
No, I'm not abandoning everybody. Let's encourage, because that also heals a little bit. Don't know if that even counts for Lillian, though. I think they're confused from the smoke, because I'm so far away. Okay, in theory, Lillian should be able to get to the mirror. I mean, I can't target her anyway, so...
Quick you'll go, and fast you'll fly. When Mirror's wing will o'ersweep you, then the next room well will keep you. Quick you'll go, and fast you'll fly.
Sounds good.
Where you'll land's for you to choose. Graves or books, your choice will be. Spirits, papers, all for thee. Where you'll land's for you to choose.
Wait, you mean you can transport me out of here? Enough the poetics, I'm ready to go now. Is it telling us that we can go wherever we want to?
A hurried choice is never wisest. Considerations will behove you. The crypt or library both may move you. A hurried choice is never wisest.
Library.
The library, you say? Hurrah! Countless books within your reach. What will you learn? What will they teach? The library, you say? Hurrah!
Where am I? Still in the underground temple, I presume.
This is considered to be the library? That was really fun. That was exactly what I thought I would or could do before, right? I feel like... Honestly, I think they maybe should have tried to find a way to make the sneaking sections turn-based in general. I feel like that's way more fun and suits the game way, way more than these awkward real-time sneaking sections. I feel like they don't really work all that well. This was really, really fun, running away from them with the smoke grenade and everything. I think the sneaking was even a good idea, right? Because while not being entirely realistic that they wouldn't still follow us, even though they technically didn't know where I was, it definitely kind of was the right decision, I think, because it meant that I basically covered a bunch of distance, then I was sneaking with all of my characters, which meant that all three Death Knights were not moving for that turn because they didn't know where to move to. Obviously, it's a little bit, you know, exploiting their AI in a way, but still, very, very fun. Did I already save? Okay, well, it didn't transport us that far. I wonder where we would have landed had I chosen the crypt. Because this honestly doesn't really look like a library. Huh. It does seem to me as if eventually we should be able to go back there, though, because, I mean, there is a bunch of loot. Why would that be there if, you know, they're not intending us to actually utilize it? This looks crazy, though, right? I feel like at some point in the past this must have been some sort of other temple. Or something. And they just turned it into a Death Knight operation room. Hello. Oh boy. Looks quite crazy.
Fight deep!
Of course. Let's just heal up whenever we can.
Sweet relief.
You never know when maybe a couple more of those fireballs are coming down than you'd expect. As you can see. I don't know if casting rain would really be worth it. Also, how the hell were my exact same two characters hit by the other ones?
Hey, my friends.
Into the fray once more.
Some light.
Ascension time. Hey, my friends.
Why are the light gold cups appearing but not the I swear to God, my inventory is gonna be... Sure, let's pick up some light gold cups while running away from Death Knights while the whole place is falling apart seemingly. Hello, unidentified military rapier divine. And a divine belt? The fuck? I have too much to carry. Of course I have. Why have the gods left Rivelin? I don't think I've read this so far. Did the gods ever exist, or are they mere boogeymen created by fanatics and priests? Many have sought an answer, but I ask whether discovering the truth is worthwhile. I say that we do not need gods in our daily life, for if these supernatural beings exist, who's to stop them from enslaving us if ever they should deign to return? Good question. What does the log say, by the way? Source Center. We discovered where the conduit has been creating Death Knights. Powered by tainted swords. They are invulnerable, and an army of them will be unstoppable. We need to discover a way of defeating them. Found a magic mirror network and escaped the Death Knights. We found ourselves in the mysterious heart of the temple. Inventory. Let's take a quick peek at these things. Military rapier fire. Dexterity 8. Well, I'm not going to use this, but plus 0.9 movement, plus 1 leadership, plus 2 constitution. Yeah, this is a pretty good thing. And the belt? 17% tenebrium resistance, plus 1 two-handed, plus 1 bodybuilding NHP. Okay, Medora might actually be able to utilize that. I know this doesn't, you know, technically it should be an escape sequence or whatever. It's a bit unfortunate because the belt that she's wearing, I got not that long ago. But she doesn't need the lockpicking or crafting. Yeah, this will be pretty good for her. Still, what am I doing with the frickin'... I guess I can sell this, right? I can sell this now too. This, I don't know about yet. Problem is I can't send the tenebrium... tenebrium boss over to her because she doesn't have the box to keep them in, right? Temple of Astarte. Do you think that's where we are? In the earliest days of creation, first came the gods and next came the 7 races. These two classes of consciousness existed in harmony, but there was little communion between the two. Then came Astarte, mother of the source, and through her great power, the mundane was united with the divine. When man closes his eyes, he sees not only darkness and feels not only the constant pull of the void, he sees the love of the goddess, a gentle glow, and he feels how all of creation is bound beautifully together. Ah, so this is the Temple of Astarte then. Interesting. What's with that weird animation every time you find something? Okay, so... Astarte is the goddess of the source then? I mean, source, in and of itself, right, is just soul magic, if you will. Well, I'm saying just, but it's soul magic, right? Or some form of it. And so this goddess in the past, or in terms of creation, was responsible for giving human souls or something. And I guess they're saying that the soul is some form of magical part of the human, right? Some divine part of a normal living being. Interesting. So this was originally a source temple. I wonder how it got destroyed, or, well, put into the state it's currently in. I wonder if somebody did this on purpose, or maybe it was Leandra's doing because she started to create Death Knights here. I also wonder if the goddess would agree with that. As the star's power grew, so did its remarkable effect upon the inhabitants of our world. No longer could sickness and injury undo us. No. Sorcerers were capable of mending any harm that daily life might inflict upon us. Sorcerers, those who could commune with the goddess and thus guide the source, bless us with their gifts. It is through these holy souls that Astarte grants us her finest honors, and it is through them that she is honored. Feels like as if the other gods wouldn't have necessarily agreed with this way of dealing with things, though. This temple, the greatest tribute to Astarte yet erected within Rivellon, serves as home to countless sorcerers who can study the great gifts of the goddess, then venture across the realm to spread her blessings. To lay eyes upon the goddess is to feel the greatest love of the divine, and here our visions show us she to whom we owe all. We pay tribute to her for the gift of source, and she in turn provides. Here goblin and orcish shamans join hands with the elvish and human sorcerers, bent in service of the goddess and in gratitude for her gifts. Astarte, mother of all, may she thrive 1,000 eons. That definitely explains why the password would be the same as the tribe leader of the goblins or whatever. So all the other races also have some sort of source connection, or people who believe in this source goddess. Well, I don't think Leandra would willingly destroy this temple, though, right? Might have been something that happened in the past somehow. Okay, that also means that these mirrors, they're directly connected to the goddess as well, right? Which, in a funny twist, does that mean that the goddess wants us to escape? I think it does. And also, these mirrors are the same ones that we found... Well, that makes sense. They're the same ones that we found in Ikara's hut, right? I mean, we do know that she can also utilize source magic and probably reverse the goddess Astarte as well.
Traveler, my heart does leap. To the crypt I'm glad to bring you, or the High Priest's office. If it please you, Traveler, my heart does leap.
I have a feeling that the High Priest's office might be the place we came from. So let's go to the crypt first.
Away, away, we fly away. To the crypt where ghosts lie sleeping. To the crypt with corpses weeping. Away, away, we fly away.
There's a rat.
Don't believe a thing you hear about a room full of gold. Anyone who says that is full of something else.
Okay. Alright, where am I now? Okay, that's the upper portion here. That's where I just was. Well, it might be that this is the office then. Oh, these freaking firebolts are scaring me the entire time. Yeah, this is where the cave-in was earlier. If we could get rid of this, we'd be... Well, we technically still wouldn't be free. Like, okay, this looks like some sort of puzzle. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe it does. They all look the same. At first I thought that maybe they were some sort of former leaders of this order of... Well, the Immaculates didn't really exist before, but I guess people who revert the goddess Astarte. So, I thought that maybe these guys would represent, like, old...
I spotted something interesting.
People, I don't know. Why is there a dirt pile here? Really? What? Are you kidding me? That's just dumb. I'm sorry. And now I have to go everything. Oh. I should have saved. I should have saved. Why didn't I save? Why? Man, this whole sequence was so cool. It was such a cool sequence up until this point. And then they do this. What the fuck? They cannot just put like some sort of pile somewhere that just kills you when you look at it.
These flames bite deep.
Man, that was really disappointing. That took away so much from this entire sequence. Especially now since I have to go through everything again and probably won't be able to find the same belt that I just found. Oh, really? I should have just quick saved. I don't know why I didn't quick save. But honestly, this shouldn't... It just shouldn't be a part of the game. I'm sorry. It's the same as that dumb pile of dirt that I found in Seal that also immediately killed me. What's the point? Well, let's see. Technically it's the same loot, so... Might be spawning in with other... No? Maybe... Maybe somehow it got already decided upon what this is. Okay, let's just double check the... What did I send over to her? A couple of these things as well, right? How? What? How does she suddenly have too much to carry? Didn't I give her the same stuff that I gave me previously? Maybe not. Okay, just... Oh, for fuck's sake. Just want to make sure to read these again. Because... I don't know if that counts for something. It's not quick save yet. Read. Pick up. Yeah, that kind of stuff might have been decided upon already. Which at least that's fair. Because that would be really dumb, right? Imagine if you find some sort of really, really cool item, and then they do that to you and just, hey, just get lucky again, I guess. I don't know, like, why did that kill me immediately? And the weirdest part about that is, you only find that if, I guess, if you even have high enough perception to see the dirt pile, right? What's the deal with that?
My heart does leap away.
Okay. Let's save again then.
Don't believe it.
That's so strange. I don't get it. I don't get what the point of that is. I mean, it's also not funny or anything. I mean, maybe if you were to watch somebody be blown up, but still, I don't know. Hey, I didn't talk to you before, I think.
Try telling the woman in red not to summon lava all over your home. You'll find yourself gutted over a stone faster than you can say squeak.
Was it really her, though? Okay, so there's a bunch of these plaques here. There is a destroyed statue, but other than that, nothing more. The rat made it sound as if Leandra is responsible for summoning in the lava here, though. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm not entirely sure what the reason for this is. Like... Yeah, it just kills you. I really don't understand. Why does that even exist? What's the point of a dirt pile that you can only see with a well, somewhat high perception rating? If the only purpose of it is blowing you up. And I'm pretty sure that it's only doing that if you actually use your shovel on it, right? Or is it supposed to tell me that I'm blowing up if I use this plague? The Tomb of the Unholy. Into the source even they have returned. Blessed is she who blesses us. Cardinal Julienne rests here. Into the source she has returned. Astarte's servant Cardinal Montreg rests here. Into the source he has returned. Yeah, I really don't get the point of that dirt pile.
Hallowed be these crypts.
Hello.
Endeavor to worship or endeavor to depart.
Bishop Grievix. Who the hell are you? Let me switch to Lillian.
Goddess, greetings, wanderer. What brings you to this house of the goddess during these troubled times?
So you're an Immaculate too?
A what?
Yeah,
no,
they don't know about that.
Certainly not. I serve Astarte, our great
Astarte?
goddess.
I thought Astarte.
A bishop of the source am I, in life and in death.
Yeah, I'm honestly not entirely certain that this Astarte goddess would be okay with what Leandra's doing. I don't know if Leandra is misunderstanding the Void, or if... I don't know. I mean, she's only really utilizing Source, I guess. But I thought she was the conduit of the goddess. Didn't she say so? Maybe there's another Source god that is either manipulating her or... I feel like in terms of the gods... Oh, fuck. Shit. Were you even able to understand me this whole time? I feel like... Oh, boy. Hopefully I just noticed that my microphone was fucked up. That's really bad. Sorry about that. Oh, God. I have to watch back the VOD. That probably sounds horrendous, doesn't it? Anyway, I wonder if... I wonder if there's another force at play here, right? First of all, ask him, what is this temple?
This is home, of course, her house of worship. Here she'll return when she's finished her great work. Yes, when she returns, she'll rejoin her beloved and loving flock here in this very temple.
Okay. Well, that doesn't really tell us much, though. You say you serve the Source. I'm a Source hunter sworn to stamp out that diseased power.
I ought to box your ears and tie your black tongue. A Source hunter, you say? And what does your mission entail exactly? Chasing down the ill and wounded, healed by Source and executing them?
Yeah, he doesn't understand at all. That's very, very interesting. So he seems to stem from a time... I mean, we did hear about that, right? Where they still utilized Source as an actual healing magic. I do... I mean, well, okay. So the thing was that Source eventually became utilized for nefarious causes as well. Though I wonder how that happens if it's mostly been used for good up until that point. Huh. But yeah, he definitely is a ghost from a time back when Source was, well, back when everything was different, right? When we, basically all we've heard about the past and whatnot. Source is tainted now, though. It is a power of chaos and darkness.
That's Well, that's impossible. Absurd. Our Astarte is the great bringer of light, of order, of healing. No, I don't know what strange land you are from, Wanderer, or why you've come to her temple to spread such lies and gossip, but I think it best if you take your blasphemy elsewhere.
Okay, bye. Interesting, though. I kind of would have liked to talk to him a bit more. Doesn't feel like he'll be able to tell us much more, though. I mean, yeah, it is very interesting in that my suspicions seem to be correct that this temple, or rather Leandra, isn't necessarily utilizing the temple for what it should be used. I don't think that these guys would like what she's done to the place. Okay, let's save again, though. I kind of wish that we would be able to elaborate on that further, but I mean, there weren't any other options there.
You want to fly? You want to wing? Just say the words, I'll heed your call. The library? The entrance hall? You want to fly? You want to wing?
The entrance hall would be where the Death Knights were, right? So we need to go to the office then. So let's go back.
Away, we fly.
Let's go back to the library. And then go to the office. That's slightly annoying that they always appear at the same points. Alright, let's heal up real quick.
Sweet relief. Sweet relief.
I feel better already.
Let's just heal Berdotta. I don't think Medora necessarily needs healing here. And then let's go to that office. I do very much like, though, that you can just freely choose where to go here. The High Priest's office, please.
Away, we'll fly away. The High Priest's office. Oh, I shudder. I hope you've said bye to your mother. Away, away, we fly away.
Oh, that doesn't sound great. Okay, we can go back from here, though. I wonder, well, technically the entrance hall, depending on where we end up, we could, in theory, be able to walk away. Oh, hello. What the hell is going on there? Okay, that's the part up here. There is still this part, though. And this, I mean, this would be the entrance hall, right? I think. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe this is the entrance hall. Why are there wooden locks in a vase and a... Who knows how old this temple is? Steam Cloud Arrow. Just a bunch of vases. Death Punch. Deal 500 to 600 crushing damage to target near you. What the fuck? What kind of spell is that? Well, the BI I don't need. Okay. Can't go this way though. Give me a second. Oh. Wait, we can just go through here? I did not think that would be a possibility.
Back on my feet again.
Huh. I wonder why this shield exists. I mean, there are clearly two possibilities, right? Either Leandra has put that up because she didn't want a certain part of the temple that maybe she looked up to or something be destroyed.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Or the goddess somehow.
Serenity in the midst of such chaos.
Maybe the goddess
This
somehow
room must be woven with powerful protective magic.
protects this room, yeah. We discovered where the conduit has been creating death knights. Powered by oh. I guess those were still blinking because I had to reload, right? That is very interesting, though. What the hell is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Okay, this... Oh, that's very heavy. I'm not going to pick that up. Ornate chest and then a couch chair? Leandra's lab notes. Wait, this is her place? Huh. And we can just enter this? Why would she create a protective bubble around her own place then? Did she? I don't understand why this temple is in such a weird state. Wouldn't she also try to more or less prevent that? Wouldn't she try to potentially, I don't know, make sure that the place isn't fucked up too much? I don't really understand what's going on here. Ah, for fuck's sake, I knew it. Ooh, this is annoying. Nothing that I can craft, really? I really should have sold more stuff, shouldn't I? Well, at least that worked. The heck is she even doing here? I guess those posters seem to suggest that she is somehow trying to understand the human body and potentially how soul magic works within it. You know what? I'm slightly struggling with myself here. This obviously looks really, really interesting, but I think we might be on the verge of discovering something really important. And I mean, we are somewhat, well, I wouldn't necessarily say safe here, but we're certainly out of the temple and the tremors and everything falling from the ceiling and lava spewing out and whatnot. Definitely a bit in the calm of the storm here. So I was just thinking that maybe I should use this as an end to the stream because I won't be able to go on for too much longer. And I don't really, because this feels like it's going to open up a few maybe points of speculation, right? A few other points and things where we really might be able to find out more about what her plan is. Or it seems crazy to me to begin with that she didn't really account for the possibility that we might be able to enter this office. I mean, maybe she truly thought that the Death Knights were going to kill us, but seems to be a pretty... I mean, she would have also known about the mirror network here, right? So either she vastly underestimates us, or she kind of, in a backhanded way, wants us to have access to certain information, but doesn't want to tell us directly for some reason. And or maybe wants us to feel or think that we actually have bested her, whereas in reality that is her very plan. I'm not entirely certain here. But yeah, this seems to be like a big thing of us being able to potentially find really, really important bits of knowledge. And so I want to make sure that that's something that, you know, I take the proper time to look through and because I want to speculate more. It's been a lot of fun thinking about the possibilities of what Leandra might have been up to and whether or not she does plan on actually, you know, killing us. Because it's still very much 50-50 for me. Yeah. Let's go back to the main menu. It's still very much 50-50 for me, personally, to... I just don't really know if... She can't honestly be underestimating us this much, right? And the fact that she teleports away all the time... It honestly seems to me as if she might want us to find this information. Especially since, I mean, she must have realized that we freed Ikara, right? I don't think that something that important would escape her notice, especially since we did meet her in Heiberheim. So she must be aware of that, right? Because she saw us in Heiberheim, and we're still alive, right? So the logical conclusion would be that we managed to escape Heiberheim and dealt with whatever we had to deal with there. And also possibly freed Ikara. Also, she does still have a connection to her sister, albeit, you know, a weakened one, but I'm pretty sure she would know if her sister was still encased in ice. So for some reason, I feel like she wants us to see all this and wants us to understand something. Maybe with the intention or maybe even the hope that somehow we will join her. Very, very curious indeed. But yeah, that's gonna be it for now. This is getting more and more interesting. Honestly, I wasn't too much of a fan of the fact that we had to sort of awkwardly sneak by the initial Death Knights. I feel like that whole sequence also detracted a little bit from their ferociousness. I mean, the fact that you can already out-sneak them, so to speak, makes them a little bit less threatening. I don't know. On the one hand, I do think that there is some merit to the whole thing of the Death Knights walking around the mines, right? Because that way the player might have encountered them, might have realized how deathly they truly are, right? And I mean, in a certain way, it is kind of funny that some of the Immaculates seemingly had or tried to create a couple more Death Knights and just realized that they weren't able to control them at all. So in general, I really, really enjoyed the whole mining section. There was a lot to like there, a lot of different approaches, a lot to, you know, with the being able to actually talk to the groups of Immaculates and then sort of stab them in the back. And a whole bunch of stuff that you're able to find out, and then realizing that there is an entire temple of the Source Goddess behind the mines that Leandra has been using as a place to create Death Knights, and the whole thing about the goddess and past sorceress not necessarily being in line with whatever Leandra is trying to do now. All of that is really, really interesting. I just wish that a couple of things had been slightly different. I think it would have been more interesting maybe instead of having like 5 Death Knights just walk around the place and you having to sneak past them. I think it would have been more interesting to maybe have a sequence where one of the Death Knights actually does roam free and you see them killing a bunch of Immaculates and then maybe returning to the temple or something. So you wouldn't necessarily directly interact with the Death Knights, but you would still see how powerful they are and the fact that they're sort of, you know, not in control anymore of them. So, yeah, that might have been a cool thing if they had done that differently, yeah. I do think that. Because this way, it did somewhat cheapen the experience of the Death Knights, right? And arguably, if you look at how big the mine is, sort of half of that, in terms of pure play space, is just there for you to sneak past the Death Knights, right? There is not much to interact with or stuff to find or things to look at. It's simply there for you to walk past them. And as I said previously, honestly, well, maybe I could have just done that by myself, right? In theory, I could have also just engaged one of the Death Knights in battle and then actually just run away from them. Right? I mean, I almost tried to do that and almost was successful. It was just this awkward place of Berdotta suddenly being, you know, Berdotta suddenly sneaking while at the same time, you know, it was a bit weird, but yeah. There are a couple of ways with which they could have solved this, right? Either making sneaking sessions generally also turn-based, or removing the Death Knights as sort of a sneaking encounter and instead making one of them actually do something against the Immaculates, therefore showing you how powerful they are. Something like that, right? But it was a little bit weird that, I don't know, I felt like the sneaking section didn't really add much to the whole place. But I do think that it is quite important to see the Death Knights walking around, right? So completely removing them I don't think would have been an option, but I don't know. Because then you already know how, you know, how difficult it would be to actually fight them, or that it's completely impossible. So that information definitely needs to be transported to the player, because that way it's immediately clear once Leandra summons in 3 Death Knights that you just have to run. There's no way that you're going to actually be able to do anything against them. But I don't think it would have required 4 or 5 knights to walk around and having to sneak past all of them, right? Maybe one sneaking section would have been enough. But then again, the game does have maybe a little bit of a general problem of this trial and error thing, right? So the only real way to understand how powerful the Death Knights are is to accidentally run into an encounter with them and one of your party being killed, right? Or potentially even your whole party being killed. That way you do immediately understand once Leandra summons them in that you have to run. But it's kind of a very quote-unquote gamey way to do it, right? Because obviously your characters would not be able to have that information, because once you're reloading, you know, sort of in-universe, your characters never die, right? But anyways, it's still fine overall. I very much enjoyed that whole sequence throughout the mines, and I'm really, really looking forward to finding out more about what Leandra was up to there, and potentially finding out what she's hiding back there in her office, but yeah. It's just also fun to think about how you can improve on an already pretty cool sequence, I think. Yeah, that's going to be it for now. Thanks so much for watching. Divinity Original Sin will return on Sunday, and just as a reminder, I need to update the stream schedule for that, but there's not going to be more Ultimate Proc today, unfortunately, because we had one of our members having to deal with very important real-life things, so no Final Fantasy XIV today. As I said, next stream will be on Sunday with more Divinity Original Sin, hopefully uncovering whatever Leandra is up to, and or potentially finding out more information about ourselves and how we fit into this whole thing, and whether or not Leandra is actually purposefully keeping us alive, or whether or not she just does that accidentally. I hope she's doing it on purpose, honestly, because otherwise she wouldn't really feel like the smartest enemy ever, right? But yeah, that's going to be it for now. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Until the next one. Bye-bye.